Good day, everyone. We are watching a lot of stuff there. You can see our news feed where we're going to be getting our information here in just a few moments. But I want to make myself here, the big screen here, if it'll function. There we go. So you can see there, and I'm not sure if you guys can hear, but you can't. Okay. But right there is that Ruger feed of inside the courtroom. That is a feed from earlier because as I'm going to be speaking, Trump's going to enter the courtroom, but it is feed from earlier because I rolled it back a little bit because I knew we were going to be seeing him speaking, and I wanted to introduce everyone to what we're going to be talking about today, why we're here. So let's go back to why this is even happening here. Why is Trump in court? Why was he indicted? Well, he was indicted on 34 counts of falsifying business records, as the people of the state of New York, or DA Alvin Bragg, accuses Trump of basically cooking the books when it came to a alleged hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels right before the 2016 election, and were basically to get her to not tell her story, as a lot of people would refer to, as a lot of people I think could agree on that, to basically not tell the story. And Trump says that, he says, I believe he has said that there's no hush money payment. It's a whole thing. It's really confusing. This is law. So I'm learning a lot. Oh, apologies for my mic, but I'm learning a lot, and I'm sure you all will be learning a lot with me in this. So as we begin on this fine Monday morning, it is 7:54 a.m. They were expected to begin court by now. So I'm going to check if we have any updates, but I know Trump's going to enter into that courtroom from this feed from earlier any moment now, and we will go to that. But happening right now inside the courtroom, upon taking the stand, and I'm reading this here, you can see my screen there from NBC News. Upon taking the stand, Merchant says it has, quote, become apparent that we are not going to sum up tomorrow. Okay. Closing arguments will instead happen the Tuesday after Memorial Day or March 28th, Merchant said, to ensure there are not multiple days between summations and deliberations. And I believe that should be May 28th, but it does say March 28th. A mistake there from NBC News. Let's see if we have any new updates coming here from CNN here. Okay. So as they are beginning here, I believe we're fixing to see Trump come in, but one moment. Okay, we're going to wait for that feed over there, but lawyers are debating introducing an email from Costello's associate to Cohen into evidence. I'll read this off to you guys really quickly as we get into this trial here. I believe day 19, day 20, somewhere in there. Lawyers for both sides are beginning today's proceedings as we see Trump entering the courtroom. Let me turn the audio on and we'll go over there in just a moment. Prosecutors are objecting, introducing it to email. We'll go back to that in just a moment. Trump fixing to speak here. This is from a feed from earlier. Let's listen in here.
Thank you very much. I'm here instead of campaigning. As you know, I was supposed to be in a very different state this morning, and the judge actually decided to call it early. And yet, it looks like we're going to have a very big gap between days. It's going to be determined right now in court. But we're here about an hour early today. I was supposed to be making a speech for political purposes. I'm not allowed to have anything to do with politics because I'm sitting in a very freezing cold courtroom for the last 4 weeks. It's very unfair. They have no case, they have no crime. It's been determined by everybody, every legal scholar, New York Post editorial board today, Trump prosecution wind down. It's always been a witch hunt with a prosecution winding down in Donald Trump's Manhattan case. We have to ask, in the immortal words of Peggy Lee, is that all there is? That's the New York Post editorial board. It's become utterly apparent, if that wasn't seen already, that the key elements to any prosecution is missing. The key element is missing, and it says, what's missing? A crime. There's no crime. You know, they go through all this stuff, and there was nothing done wrong. NDAs are perfect. And by the way, legal expenses. You know, we paid a legal expense. You know what it's marked down in the book says? A legal expense. Again, it's not marked down as construction. It's not marked down as sheetrock and cinder block. It's marked down as legal expense. You have a lawyer. You pay him a legal expense, and it's covered in the book as legal expense. I had nothing to do with it. A bookkeeper put it down as a legal expense. This is why I'm here, because we called it a legal expense, a payment to a lawyer. Jonathan Turley, even liberal experts have continued to express doubt over where's the crime. Andy McCarthy, let's stick with the relevant, undisputed facts of the case. Mershon should dismiss this case. He should dismiss this case immediately. Bragg's evidence is woefully inadequate. This case should be dismissed. It should have never been brought. And the judge is highly conflicted. He's a corrupt judge. He's highly conflicted. He's totally corrupt. And he's interfering with an election. Greg Jarrett, there is no credible evidence of a crime. Bragg's case against the accused is beyond anemic. It is an audacious, corruption of the legal process, and a very dangerous one. No fair or competent judge dedicated to upholding justice would have ever allowed such a case. It's a train wreck. And he goes on and on and on. No judge except this one would allow this case to continue. He's corrupt. Alan Dershowitz, who I think is standing right behind me. We have many people from Congress, senators, congressmen. We've had them here all week. And I say, don't come. And by the way, outside looks like it's supposed to be Fort Knox. There are more police than I've ever seen anywhere, because they don't want to have anybody come down. There's not a civilian within 3 blocks of the courthouse. But at Columbia University, you can set up a tent and burn down the doors right opposite the front entrance. It's a disgrace. Alan Dershowitz, Trump trial is a stupendous legal catastrophe. All Americans, regardless of political affiliation, should be appalled at this selective prosecution. Today, it's a great term. I should use it now. I will. Selective prosecution. This all comes from the White House. It all comes from the DOJ in the White House. Take a look who's in the room. This all comes from the DOJ in the White House. It's an attack on Biden, who's mentally unfit. He's mentally unfit to be the president of this country. It's an attack on his political opponent. That's all it is. All of the things you saw over the last 4 weeks, most of it should have never even been brought up. And then on top of that, there's no crime. And we go on day after day. And I tell Iowa, I'm sorry, I won't be able to make it. I tell New Hampshire, sorry, I won't be able to make it. I'm sitting in an icebox all day. Today, this is Alan Dershowitz. Today, the target is Trump. Tomorrow, it may be a Democrat. After that, you and me. Who knows? The criminal justice system is on trial in New York. It's making New York State. I love this state. I love the people of this state. I'm running hard in New York. I think we're going to win New York. But it's making New York and our judicial system. And then I had Judge Kaplan, who's horrible, the most biased people. And they gave me 3 judges. And Doran, he doesn't know the first thing about finance. It's supposed to be a trial in front of the complex divisions of complex situations. He had no idea. He said Mar-a-Lago's worth $18 million. When it's worth $1 billion to $1.5 billion, it's worth 100 times the amount, 50 to 100 times. all corrupt, and it's all coordinated. It's a shame. Mark Levin, John Adams said liberty without virtue is tyranny. We have tyranny right now. We have tyranny right now, and we're disgracing our New York court system. And we're really disgracing our country because all over the world they're watching. Bill O'Reilly, Donald Trump and his family do not deserve this blatant miscarriage of justice. Don't applaud the destruction of justice because you may be on the receiving end someday. That's Bill O'Reilly and hundreds of others. I don't think there's one person that says that this trial is legitimate, and everybody's talking about the judge. The judge shouldn't be doing this trial. He's totally conflicted. This is the most conflicted judge probably in the history of the court system, and everyone knows what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Will you
Have your
testify?
lawyers advised you not to testify?
Will you testify, Mr. Trump?
Mr. Trump, do you want to testify?
Are you afraid to testify, sir?
Apologies. That was Donald Trump, the defendant in this case here, talking earlier. Now let's see if we can go back live out there. Give me just a minute inside that courtroom. Stand by with me. Load up here as we wait for that. That was moments ago there. And also, I want to go back to inside that courtroom. Just moments ago, lawyers were debating introducing an email from Costello's associate to Cohen into evidence. I want to read this here from CNN, I believe. Lawyers for both sides are beginning today's court proceedings by debating about an email from Robert Costello, which is the associate who worked very closely with Michael Cohen. Now, prosecutors are objecting to introducing it into evidence. Trump attorney Todd Blanche says the email speaks positively about Cohen's first meeting with Costello, impeaches Cohen's testimony that he didn't like Costello after their first meeting and didn't want to retain him. Prosecutor Susan Hoffinger, which again for the prosecution there, Susan Hoffinger, says, quote, "This doesn't disclose what's in Michael Cohen's mind," end quote, because it's an opinion from Jeffrey Citron about the initial meeting, not Cohen. They then go on to say more context. Costello once advised Cohen, but Cohen never formally retained him. The jury in this case has already seen emails from Costello offering to serve as a back channel to Trump after Cohen's offering to serve as a back channel to Trump after Cohen's home and office were searched by the FBI. Now, ultimately, Judge Merchan said that email is not going to be entered into evidence. Now, Merchan is talking about the expert witness here. That was a few moments ago. Juan Merchan, we're just catching up here because we're watching him talk out of court, and we'll go and we'll talk about some of the things that he said outside of court. Defense there. Judge Juan Merchan is moving on to discuss discussions regarding an expert witness. Trump has been sitting back in his chair with his eyes closed throughout much of the debate about evidence. And I'm just trying to catch up here because we're getting into so much, and we have lost our feed here of Trump or inside the courtroom. I'm sure we'll get that back in a moment. But Judge says allowing FEC expert to testify would lead to a, quote, battle of experts that would confuse jury. Let me get a drink of water here. Merchan says that allowing a federal election commission, which is the FEC, is I just referred to in the title of that story. I want to see if we can pull up my screen here. Just to show you guys kind of what I'm reading here. Judge Juan Merchan said that allowing a federal election commission expert to testify on the additional subjects that Donald Trump's lawyers are seeking would lead to a quote battle of the experts, which would quote only confuse and not assist the jury. Quote, the jury would hear legal instructions from three different people. As Mr. Bove alluded to, there is no question this would result in a battle of experts and would only serve to confuse and not assist the jury. I believe that's supposed to say the jury, the judge said. Merchant also cited Manhattan federal judge Lewis Kaplan's ruling, bearing the same expert from testifying on similar topics. And we just heard Trump actually talk about Judge Kaplan earlier. And we'll go back to that in just a moment here once we get caught up here. What's going on inside the courtroom? Trump shakes his head as Merchant reads his ruling. Donald Trump briefly leaned forward and shook his head as Judge Juan Merchan read his ruling on the expert witness. That ruling there being that it would only confuse the jury. And no. So as we follow that, we will stick with it. So I got to take a note here. Okay. Now let's talk about that speech. Donald Trump earlier making a few remarks outside of the courtroom before he ultimately entered the courtroom. He said, basically, I'm here because a bookkeeper wrote the payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels as a legal expense. I'm sorry, I should correct myself there. This is the reimbursement to Michael Cohen because Michael Cohen is the one that paid that money to porn star Stormy Daniels. So this is the reimbursement. And whether the defense or I guess the president at the time or president-elect at the time saying, you know, this was my reimbursement to a porn star, he ultimately, or he says a bookkeeper put it in as a legal expense. So at that point, it sounds as if he admits that he did ultimately falsify business records. But now what we're seeing here is, did the former president do this as a felony in order to change the results of the 2016 election that he ultimately won? That is the question, and that is what would raise this charge, falsifying business records, from a misdemeanor to a felony, because what the prosecution is trying to say is this was done to influence the 2016 election that Trump ultimately won. Now, we are waiting to see if we have any new updates come from the courtroom here. Nothing coming from NBC News there. I'll check Twitter really quickly. And apologies here. And I want to stand by here because I'm just going through some tweets here and seeing exactly what we have. So now what we are seeing is, I believe, let me check here before I get my facts Confused. Okay, so now what we're seeing against that ruling, I believe, on okay, I want to apologize about that. We were having some technical difficulties there, but Trump attorney is now arguing that that information, and I believe this is against the ruling on the federal election committee witness that was not allowed by Judge Juan Merchan. I believe he said something. I'm paraphrasing here. We were just reading it, but he said something to the nature of that it would confuse the jury to have a bunch of different legal experts talk about this. So now we have Trump attorney Imabov arguing that the information the defense wants to get into the record through their campaign finance experts is, quote, absolutely critical to the jury understanding the government's allegations in this case. Now, she also said, quote, we've restricted in what Mr. Smith can say, and frankly, Mr. Smith reading the text, those statutory definitions is not going to help the jury grapple with the issues that these charges present. Okay. So now we see their Trump attorney arguing that this witness, being Mr. Smith from the FEC, talking about the campaign finance laws is critical for the jury to hear after that ruling from Justice Juan Merchan saying, no, it's only going to confuse the jury. So now as we sit here and wait to see what maybe happens here, oh, I want to correct myself. This is an expert on campaign finance, I believe, not from the FEC. Also want to go back here. I'm going to be, I believe what I'm going to attempt to do is update you guys on the bottom of your screen of what's going on. Attempt. We'll see how this goes. I'm sure I'm going to be here all week. Okay, so now we are seeing what we saw there was Trump's attorney then asking basically Justice Merchan, how will you instruct the jury? Give the defense an idea of how you are going to end up instructing the jury. And I also want to note something. These are kind of pre-arguments. This is before Michael Cohen is back on the witness stand and before the jury is back in the jury box after they had that long weekend. They had Friday off so Trump could attend his son's graduation. Defense says it wants to elicit from a witness a definition for the purpose of, quote, influencing the election. Trump attorney Move said he'd like to elicit from the expert witness a definition, quote, for the purpose of influencing the election, as in pertains to several campaign finance terms like expenditure. Judge Walmerson's ruling presently does not allow them to touch on a definition of influencing the election if the expert were to testify. Judge Juan Merchan saying, quote, "I'm going to be consistent with my earlier rulings in that courtroom." So now what it appears as we're not going to see you're not going to see anyone testifying on federal election or campaign finance laws, I should say. Okay, let's read this down. Okay, so I'm going to go back to these arguments on that campaign finance expert that the defense wants to testify. The defense or attorney Bo for the defense doubles down, but Justice Merchan maintains his position. You've known this for months. Nothing has changed. Bo looks like he's about to interject as Merchan continues his monologue, but the judge isn't having it. "Relax," he says to Bo, but Justice Merchan throws Bo a bone of sorts. Why don't you make me a proffer of what Bradley Smith, the expert, would say, and then I'll respond to that accordingly. So the judge now asking for Attorney Bove to basically make something of saying, what is he going to testify or what information could he possibly offer to the jury that could continue to plead the defense's case that Trump is innocent, not guilty of the 34 counts of falsifying business records on a felony level to influence the 2016 election. So now that is what we are seeing. And again, what we've been seeing is arguments from the defense that a campaign finance expert should testify. Juan Merchan, the judge in the case, saying, "No, I'm going to stick to my earlier rulings. But if you really, really want this, go ahead, present me with what he may provide to the case, and then bring that back to me." And we could see kind of maybe a changing on the ruling. We'll have to wait to see that. Now, something else that happened early this morning was the fact that closing arguments will not occur this week, but rather next week after the after Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, for the Memorial Day holiday. They are going to be taking Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off for that. So on Tuesday, closing arguments are expected to begin. Now, Michael Cohen is expected to continue his cross-examination on the stand from the defense. Later, the jury is still not in the room as they continue kind of these pre-trial arguments, as I like to call them. Before each day, we usually have an argument on, we want to enter this into evidence, yes, no, blah, blah. I believe we do have maybe some more updates coming out. Yeah. see if we have any more updates coming in. I want to see if I can also. There we go. That's what I want to do. Actually, let's change it to this way. Sorry, I'm just changing the how I want to do this here. And I want to move this over here because I don't want to just have it me on the screen sitting here plainly. There we go. Okay. I'll be like this and I'll break down kind of what's happening here. Let me see if we have any new updates coming from inside the courtroom. Okay, so okay. I don't know why we keep having some issues with our audio. I want to apologize about that. But right now we are just kind of awaiting any updates to come outside the courtroom. I want to mute that audio. Or at least turn it far down. Okay, so now we have something else. Now Blanche asks Justice Merchan for a sidebar. He agrees, and the parties crowd around the bench for an out of earshot discussion. And that is really loud. I don't. A large group of people, they're exiting the courtroom. See, and actually from the shot we have now, the courtroom is, if I can get my finger in here in this shot, it's like if you turn right by those doors that way, and I believe that is kind of a way to get inside the courtroom. Yeah. Okay. Judge Juan Merchan says the court is taking a 10-minute break and to start here at about 8:30, so we're about 5 minutes. Trump is leaving the courtroom. So that is what we had just seen. That large group of people exiting the courtroom was because the court is now taking a 10-minute break here, a delay of information again from inside the courtroom out here. So a 5-minute break here. Now, in the matter of, I would say 30, 40 minutes that the courtroom has been in session, we have seen at the beginning of when we all began, when today all began, the judge ruling that closing arguments, not really ruling, but making a statement that closing arguments will take place next Tuesday. Then we learned that a Federal Election Commission witness would not be allowed to Then we learned that a campaign, or that the defense would like a campaign finance expert to testify. That was not allowed. And it appears now we are seeing journalists and a lot of people exiting the courtroom right now. We have a quick break here. So rushing to probably use that bathroom and get back in that courtroom so they can listen back to the testimony. I assume that's going to begin after this break from Michael Cohen. It's really loud in my ear here. I want to turn it down over here. Give me just a moment, guys. So we are going to be watching that all. Okay. Oh, just getting started here. And back to what I was saying is that the defense wanted that a Federal Election Commission expert on campaign finance to testify. That's what the defense would like. Judge Juan Merchan saying, or asking both the attorney that was arguing for the defense there, basically saying, make me kind of a list here of what he may testifying for, what he may offer to the jurors. Because Juan Merchan had made earlier rulings that was like, no, he can't testify. So we may see a change from Justice Merchan. Who knows? We'll see what if Bove even begins to provide anything of that nature. And something else to note here, if we can go back over to that feed, you will see people with cards. I believe that there's a green one for the overflow room and a gold one for the actual courtroom. I'm not actually 100% sure there. But those cards is what allows them to get inside the courtroom. You see hers there behind her phone. So court expected to resume here any moment now. There is Donald Trump, Todd Blanchard behind him, the defense entering once again there. Entering the courtroom once again. It is now 8:30, 9:30. Eastern there. Everybody trying to get back in that courtroom there. Okay. Pretty tired this early in the morning as we are soon to see cross-examination resume on the former fixer of Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, the former attorney, the former lawyer to Donald Trump, resume his cross-examination for the defense. Awaiting updates here. And you guys are actually able to see my screen there, right here or right there. That is what my screen looks like. Okay. I guess we are going to resume any moment now. Again, if you're just joining us, any moment now, cross-examination is expected to resume for the former lawyer to the Trump organization, Michael Cohen. He will resume his cross-examination on the witness stand as the defense is going to continue asking their questions. Excuse me, but as the defense is going to continue trying to put up the case that there is, that he does not have any credibility. Now, we know that he has been placed in jail at a time and was guilty for lying to Congress. And I think that's something that the defense is really trying to point out. There is no credibility, and trying to basically tell the jury, no, you shouldn't trust, and there is no real credibility from him. And it appears he may be starting back any moment now. Okay, Justice Juan Merchan, as we are back, instructs the parties to draft jury instructions for the matters just discussed, conferring with the other party before submitting to court. Okay, let's get the witnesses, please, the judge says. Okay. In just a moment, we are going to see, and that maybe the court officer there going to get the witnesses, or he may have already passed. They have to enter through that door to get to the courtroom, I believe. Let's wait and see here what we are going to see. The jury also, they are also going to be taken inside the courtroom any moment now as the witnesses is going to continue their testimony. No new, and guys, I apologize if I'm not, we have a lot to go. Trump and Blanche are whispering at this current moment. The witness is back on the stand, I do believe. Yes. Michael Cohen is returning to the witness stand. That is 2 minutes ago from our sources here, Brooklyn News. So, and we're seeing Trump and Blanche are whispering, according to CNN. I really don't have to say according to, because so many eyes inside that courtroom. Someone else is probably seeing and saying the exact same thing here. And give me just a moment here. Let's go full out to that courtroom. That's right outside the courtroom there. You can see cross-examination. Give me 1 minute. Let me update this. Lower third. So Michael Cohen has returned to the okay. Since we finished last week, Blanche begins. How many reporters did you talk to about what happened last week? I haven't talked to reporters about what happened last week, Cohen replies. He admits he did talk to reporters, but he didn't talk about the case with them, he says. That is the update coming from the courtroom right now. So there you saw, as he just now is beginning his resumation. I don't even know if that's a word, of his cross-examination there. Did you talk to reporters? Yes, but I did not talk about the case. That is what we are getting. That is what we are hearing from Blanche as they resume their cross-examination on the former fixer to Donald Trump. How many times did you meet with prosecutors about this case, the case last year? Blanche asked. Cohen says it was probably more than 12 times, closer to 20. The last time he met with prosecutors was about 10 days ago. And 10 days ago was before his testimony, I believe. Right before he had been called to the stand. And guys, this is what it's going to look like here. I'll be bringing you all updates as we get them here. I'm staring right down on my phone waiting for them to come in. What we're seeing here. When they asked you questions on direct examination last week, you heard those questions before, during prep. Some of them. There were many questions that I had not heard before, Cohen says, but he can't recall a specific example of a question that he hadn't heard before. That is what the defense therapist said. Give me a moment here. Now, also in the courtroom, I believe we can go back just a little bit to some other people that are also in the courtroom. I believe, yes. Okay. Sorry, I got to scroll down a little bit. Allies joining Trump in court today. So last week it was Speaker Johnson and a bunch of Republicans and Republican representatives and senators. So he's joined by South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, Representative Eric Burlison, Representative Andrew Clyde, Representative Mary Miller, Representative Keith Self, John Cole. Sorry, guys, we're getting updates as we speak. Alan Dershowitz, I'm not sure how exactly to say the name. Will Sharf, Steve Witkoff, Bernie Kirk, Kash Patel, Vernon Jones, Jerry Kassar, and Chuck Zito. Those are all people joining Trump in the courtroom today. That was information we had received soon after. I believe we have a new update. Okay. Anytime you testify under oath, you prep for it. Yes, sir. Including before Congress. Yes. You know Dan Goldman? Yes, he's a member of Congress. Cohen says that he met with Goldman before his congressional testimony before the House Oversight Committee in 2019, and that is the case that he was found guilty of lying to Congress. So right now, what we're seeing is continuing cross-examination from the defense to Michael Cohen, the witness in this case, the former fixer, the former attorney to the Trump org. And we guys have, I think we have a brand new update just in. One moment, everybody. Okay, now Blanche moves back to the time in October of 2016, leading up to the end of October when Cohen made the Stormy Daniels payment. At that time, you were also dealing with issues with your taxi medallions, and you were working with a lawyer to close a real estate deal. And those last things I just said were questions there from the defense. I want to see what they answer here. We're waiting for that. Okay. Okay, here we go. I want to go back to that question from the defense. He says, quote, "You agree with me that you had a lot going on both in your personal life and with Trump in those first few weeks of October?" Answer from Michael Cohen, yes, sir. Around that time, Blanche says Cohen was dealing with some significant restructuring of his taxi medallion business and an issue with a loan or sale related to an investment property of Cohen's. I think that's something you have to note here. That is what he's referring to when he says, you had a lot going on, right? Now a little more going on in October of 2016. Cohen's work with the Diversity Coalition, working closely with Pecker on another issue of those payments, helping Tiffany Trump with the photo extortion issue. Basically, a busy month. I believe we have. Okay, we have something else here. And around that time, you recall helping Trump's daughter, which is an issue I was just talking about with the photo extortion with Tiffany Trump. He says, the question here, at around that time, you recall helping Trump's daughter, Tiffany Trump, with the matter related to a potential extortion of photographs. Yes, sir. And you spoke to Pecker about that? Yes, sir. So right now, basically, it appears the defense is kind of lying out what was going on in the month of October of 2016. I don't know where he's going to lead this into because realistically, Tiffany Trump really doesn't have much to do about the case. So I'm interested to see what he's leading his questions into, what the point he is attempting to get out. And guys, I need to adjust my mic for just a second here. So I'm going to have to mute. Okay, I was right here. Another analyst inside the courtroom are saying Blanche is trying to make the point that Cohen had a lot going on in October of 2016. He had that photo extortion, his taxi medallion business, a bunch of other stuff here. Okay. Now I want to read something here that I think is a good note here. Let's go back to the Keith Davidson testimony. He described Cohen around this time as frantic and quote pants on fire. So we are back to this point of developing and trying to reiterate that Cohen really had a busy month in October of 2016, which is around the same time that that payment was made. Okay, now we're seeing Blanche pulls up B130 in evidence, a text from someone named Carrie on 9/28/2016. Further communications on the taxi medallion issue, I believe. B132 10/13/16 email, a medallion acquisition proposal. All of this seems to further the point that Cohen was a busy bee in October of 2016. And I wonder, and if everyone will stand by with me here, if we're able to possibly put something up of some evidence. Oh, and that's not even on. I wonder if we may be able to go look at some of that evidence. I don't know how it's marked inside of this. Just have to keep my phone right here beside me. And this is going to be for the defense. Okay, 1 second here. Now we're to the point after Blanche basically trying to make this a point that he had a busy month here in October 2016. Then Blanche elicits testimony in which Cohen says that one of the businesses deals he was working on at the time involved working with a business associated with an LLC titled Resolution Consultants. That's the same name as the Resolution Consultants LLC tried to establish a bank account for with First Republic to reimburse AMI for the McDougal life rights, a payment that was never actually ended up being executed. Okay, give me a moment here. I want to see. So now we have moved from establishing that this was a busy month, October of 2016, to now moving on to a business dealing or a possible business dealing that happened also in the same month with the taxi medallion business over named Resolution Consultants LLC. Blanche asked about Friedman, to whom Cohen leased his taxi medallion, and separately, the owner of Resolution Consultants, with whom Cohen was also in touch with around this time, which is going to be October of 2016, which we have heard so many times now. Again, all this seems to suggest that Cohen had many irons in the fire around this time. Yeah, I'll agree with that one. Blanche says it involves taxi medallions, but Cohen says is related to a mortgage in Florida. Okay, so a little bit of confusion maybe there between the defense and the witness. So that does bring up a little bit of confusion here. So basically, Resolution Consultants LLC, which goes back to the taxi medallion. Now Cohen is saying this is related to a mortgage in Florida. So a little bit of possible confusion there in courtroom 1530 there on 100 Century Street. I'll just be waiting here to see if we have any new information that's coming into us. Okay, now let's go back to some more questions. During that time period, do you recall having issues with Friedman because of his financial situation? The answer from Cohen, because of the entire taxi industry financial situation. Blanche says he's not interested in talking about the entire taxi industry. Waiting to see if we have any more updates there. So now Blanche says he really does not want to talk about the whole entire taxi business. Little bit of maybe confusion there. I really can't tell. Cohen says he was in frequent contact with Gene Friedman, who ran Cohen's taxi medallions in New York and Chicago during that period. So I think that was kind of the question there. Were you in contact with Friedman? He says he was in contact because that was kind of who controlled his taxi medallions. Cohen's taxi medallions is in New York and Chicago there. And also, as we sit here, we also have this kind of behind the scenes shot that we can throw up for you guys. There you go. This is the behind the scenes shot here. Let's throw it up full screen here as we wait for another update. And then you have me here on Twitter waiting for anything to come in. So you're able to see my camera up there, and then some notes that I've been taking and different things of that nature, and a bunch of different pins, and then a light over here. Just before a brief sidebar, Blanche was asking about Cohen finding Friedman a lawyer. I think we're on a sidebar. Hold up. Just before a brief sidebar, Blanche was asking about Cohen finding Friedman a lawyer. And then, let me read this really quickly. Okay, Michael Cohen back on the witness stands. I believe, hold up here. I believe Michael Cohen, we had a sidebar here. I'm not sure if we're still in it. I do hear a lot of audio coming from my ear here, from that feed that we've been watching here. Let's go. Sorry, guys. We can go back. You don't have to stick on here. Just. Okay. Okay, we're past that. Okay. At the time in the fall. Okay, you have some. Another question here from the defense earlier. You helped him find a place to live. Talking about Friedman. Unclear where this is going. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm really interested though. As Blanche asks Cohen about Friedman, Hoffinger jumps up to object to this line of inquiry. Sidebar. Yeah, that's when we went to sidebar. Questioning about Friedman has now resumed. You helped him find an apartment. Yes. Did the resolution consultants deal you were working on Friedman with ever close? No. So the deal never went through, is what it sounds like. And your testimony that you opened Resolutions LLC for the Karen McDougal deal, not for the deal in Florida. Yes. So that's what we were trying to develop here, is that Resolutions Consultants was ultimately open to get rid of that story of Karen McDougal. So now we're on to that. What's interesting about this feed to my right is that I see it almost every day, and it's almost as if I know the courtroom officers, because we literally see them pass through, open that door, do their job, you know. I'll see if we have any new information coming in. Okay. One second. Blanche turns to Cohen's work on the National Diversity Coalition as a surrogate for the campaign. Cohen testifies that it was, quote, a big deal for everyone, him, the campaign, when he got a statement from a relative of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. who had decided to support Trump. So now we're seeing Blanche in old up here. I have a lot of reporters that I'm waiting for the notifications to come through. They're updating their feeds, and it's really hard to kind of time. You know, is this a tweet behind what I just read? Did we just get a new update? So I'm following one moment here, a specific one. Okay. Here we go. And you recall that on October 25th, you got a call from Trump's daughter, Tiffany Trump, that we were just talking about, that in that month of October was also trying to get rid of an photo on that a photo. And that, oh, I lost what I was just looking at. Hold on. Okay, and you recall, I'll go ahead and read this. Hold up. And you recall that on October 25th, you got a call from Trump's daughter, Tiffany Trump, about someone trying to blackmail her. Yes. You spoke to Pecker. Yes. That all happened on the evening of October 25th. I can show you documents. I believe that's correct, Cohen says. Now we have moved on to the calls with Trump on the morning of October 26th. Cohen testified earlier that those calls were because he wanted Trump's approval for the Stormy Daniels deal before he opened the First Republic account to make the payment. That's still your testimony today. Yes. Okay, I'm trying to see the bigger picture here. What is the defense trying to do here? Okay, let me go here. We're zeroing in on 2 calls now. I just gotta get to them. Okay, we zero in on 2 calls. As I was just saying, those calls from Trump and Cohen on October 26th of 2016, Cohen testified the reason why he wanted to speak to Trump on that day was to get approval for the payments. Do you remember what Trump was doing on that day? Blanche asked. But Cohen doesn't remember. Blanche shows B168. Do you recall that the morning of the 26th, Trump was going to sit down with ABC News? No, sir. It would be his entire family. Melania, his children. Objection. Sustained. Okay. So now we are, it appears that the defense is laying out what happened on the day that the payment had been made, that Donald Trump had approached Michael Cohen about the payment to Stormy Daniels. Do you recall October 26th being the day of the opening ceremony for the post office in D.C.? No, sir. But you do have a specific Okay. You do have a specific recollection that on those 2 phone calls you just talked about the Stormy Daniels deal because it was important to me. Okay, then we have another question. Was fixing Tiffany's Trump situation important to you? Wouldn't that be something you would update our father about? Important, yes, but no updates, no, Cohen says. My recollection was that I spoke to Trump about Stormy Daniels because that was what he tasked me to care of. That's what I had been working on, Cohen says. So at the same time, on this day, we have this photo of Tiffany Trump that she was trying to get Michael Cohen to basically fix her, get rid of it. That's a whole other situation in itself. And then he goes to say basically that he had been tasked with the Stormy Daniels situation rather than what we were seeing, rather than the Tiffany Trump situation, which is Trump's daughter. Okay. Okay, same thing from another reporter there. Just that's the recollection is the phone call, not necessarily what was going on Tiffany Trump. Recollection, I should say. Also, what we had been developing there was the post office opening in DC. And I wish we could pull up the evidence, but there is so much. And it is not numbered. Oh, okay. So I could pull up some of that evidence. If we have more evidence shown, I may be able to pull it up. I'm going to attempt to do my best job to do so. Pull it up and maybe listen to whatever they're listening to in court. And as we wait here for updates, the bigger picture right now, the defense here is laying out what happened on that day that Trump had called Michael Cohen about the payment to Stormy Daniels. Just waiting here from, it's just like an eager game of staring down at my device, waiting. And that's also how we're getting audio here. Okay. So, again, what we're seeing, the defense asking and laying out to Michael Cohen and to the jury what happened on that day that Stormy Daniels, that all was brought up. And I believe this was the day of the payment, after the release of the Access Hollywood tape. Okay. Blanche asked about the Red Finch payment, of which Cohen. Okay, one moment. Okay, I gotta update you guys. We had some things go on in between that here. Hold up. Okay, let's go after that interview question. After we're focusing on Stormy Daniels because that's what he had been assigned and tasked to do from Donald Trump. We get closer to the heart of the matter. The meeting between Trump, Weisselberg, and Cohen about their retainer agreement and the reimbursement structure. That here's an image right here. I don't believe it's going to focus, but it's an image of the check there. Now, Blanche asked about the Red Finch payment, of which Cohen only gave them $20,000 and the $20,000, $50,000. Cohen says he withdrew the cash over 2 days, and Blanche asked whether he brought a duffel bag of cash. No, Cohen says it was a small brown paper bag. So now we're going to the Red Finch payment. Let me look this. Okay, now we're on to this Red Finch payment. Cohen says he ended up keeping some to himself. New update here. No. Oh. Blanche notes that Cohen billed the Trump Organization for the full and entire Redfinch expense and was reimbursed for it, even though he never fully paid for it. So you stole from the Trump org. Right. Yes, sir, is what Michael Cohen says. Michael Cohen says he stole from the Trump org there, which, I mean, in that report that I was just reading as I was researching this Redfinch payment, he ended up keeping some for himself. Not all went to Redfinch. So ultimately, when he was reimbursed from the Trump org for paying that, he actually got more because he did not pay it fully to Redfinch, meaning he did ultimately, yeah. Okay, back to the money Cohen pocketed. Blanche launches at Cohen. Have you paid back the Trump org the money that you stole from them? No, sir, Cohen says. Okay. So now we're on to this payment of, I believe it was 20 to 50,000 to, which is referred to as the Redfinch payment. He says he ended up keeping some of the money for himself and not paying it fully to Redfinch. So when he was reimbursed, he also received more money than he should have received from the Trump Corps because he stole. He admits that there, saying, yes, I did stuff from the Trump Corps, then saying, no, sir, that money has yet to be returned. And I really want to know, I mean, what is Trump looking like? What is Trump saying? I mean, is he whispering to maybe some of the of his attorneys sitting beside him? Okay. Let's go back to the plot here in the Redfinch channel. I was wondering if we would see what that was. The Redfinch plot has moved the center stage right now. During the conversation with Weisselberg to cover up the $130,000 payment, Blanche asked, you lied to him about how much you owe to Redfinch. Blanche asked that question twice. Correct, Cohen says. Cohen talks about how he paid. Okay. Okay, that's the update that we have right now. I'll give you a quick summary of what is going on right now. Cohen talks about how he paid back Redfinch for the $50K he owed. He ended up keeping some of that money for himself, though he told Weisselberg that he needed $50K for the reimbursement. Cohen admits that he did not actually pay the whole $50K amount to the company. He gave them $20K in a brown paper bag, meaning he kept $30,000 to himself, meaning he stole $30,000 from the Trump organization. That is why Blanche seemed to be a little flustered when he was asking the question of, have you paid that money back yet today? No, Cohen had answered. Now, did you ever plead guilty? I believe we have a new question here. I need to research something really quickly. Okay, now we have another question from Blanche. Did you ever plead guilty to larceny, which is the theft of property? Trump, I want to go back now to a new update here. Trump is watching Cohen through the line of questioning about Redfinch and Trump organization. So he's looking up, he's looking at as we see this. But now Blanche is asking, did you ever plead guilty to larceny? I want to know the answer to that question. Okay, here we go. Blanche starts to ask a question but stops himself. Sorry, that was a terrible question. Except for that one conversation with Weisselberg, did you have other conversations with Weisselberg about your role as Trump's personal attorney? Yes, sir, says Cohen. Okay, and the question before that one I just read there was never an expectation that there will be a retainer agreement, and you never had a retainer agreement for Trump, his children, etc. Correct and correct, says Cohen. Okay, now we have something else here. To cover up this $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels, quote, you lied to Weisselberg about how much you needed for Red Finch, end quote, Blanche asked. Correct, Cohen says. So in order to cover up this $130,000 payment to the adult film star Stormy Daniels, to basically cover up the story of the alleged affair that Stormy Daniels has actually testified in this case for, that she had with the president in the early 2000s, he says you lied about the amount of money you needed for the reimbursement so that you could better cover up the story of the $130,000, the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. We are awaiting updates. We are now focusing on the retainer agreement. Okay, another update here. Had there been a meeting about a retainer agreement, it would have only been between attorney at the time Michael Cohen and client Donald Trump. Another question, but a confused Cohen screws up his face and asks Blanche to rephrase, but it's so mangled that Blanche just withdraws the question. Okay, so that question was, had there been a meeting about a retainer agreement, it would have only been between Michael Cohen, who's testifying, and Donald Trump. That confused Michael Cohen. He asked for Blanche to rephrase. Blanche then just withdraws the question. So now we are seeing the retainer agreement being the main focus of the questioning from Blanche. I'll go back here and I apologize if some of the questions are a little mangled in the order that they were actually asked inside the courtroom. Compiling so much information to get that over to you guys is confuses it up a little bit. You never had a retainer agreement with the Trump org, correct? Okay, that's a question that was asked earlier. That question was much more filled, though. It was a question that was like, you never had a retainer agreement with the Trump org, Tiffany, etc., his children, etc. But you and Weisselberg decided that there will be no retainer agreement. Can you rephrase that? Cohen asked, looking a bit perplexed. Blanche shows him an exhibit. It's an email chain. It's accepted into evidence. I need to get that update. Let me see if I can. Okay, so now after they rejected, or I'm sorry, Blanche withdrew that question that was asking, but you and Weisselberg decided there will be no retainer agreement. Cohen looked a little bit confused, perplexed, not understanding what maybe Blanche was asking. Blanche does not rephrase the question and rather moves on from it. We see an email from Weisselberg to Cohen on January 31st, 2017, after Cohen's meeting with Weisselberg about the payment structures. Weisselberg writes, please prepare the agreement we discussed so that you can be paid monthly. So is this back to the retainer agreement that Michael Cohen? We've seen testified that there isn't one? I don't know. We'll have to see how this goes out because I feel as if when the defense is beginning to try to make a point, it's often confusing to attempt to see the bigger picture. Okay, the email subject reads, quote, note and mortgage modification agreement to Trump PAC. And that email says, quote, thank you. You never stopped on for a bro hug. Anyways, please prepare the agreement discussed so we can pay you monthly. So that email basically on a please prepare what we had discussed earlier and the agreement we had discussed. I don't know if that's the retainer agreement that they are back to discussing, and then saying, well, the email actually says, thank you. You never stopped on for a bro hug. Anyway, please prepare the agreement discussed so we can pay you monthly. That's what Weisselberg wrote to Michael Cohen. This goes back to that retainer agreement, I believe. On this all, and I want to apologize to anyone if this is getting a little confusing. This is the law here, and I'm trying to provide you guys the bigger picture here on the analyst, the Facts Plus analyst. So we're just awaiting updates, and then I'm trying to see the bigger picture and analyze that and get that over to you guys. Also, something that also occurred earlier this morning. It is 10:25. There we have seen now Judge Merchan rule that say that closing arguments are not expected to occur this week, but rather next Tuesday is when we'll start seeing the ending of this all. Again, it appears we're still seeing an email right now on the as Michael Cohen is being cross-examined by the defense. An email is being showed that says from Alan Weisselberg saying, quote, thank you. You never stopped on for a bro hug. Anyway, please prepare the agreement discussed rather, so we can pay you monthly. Weisselberg, that's what he wrote there. Okay. Back to questioning here. You told everybody that that was happening, correct? Oh, hold up. Let's go back here. Let's go back a few minutes. Okay. Why would you need to prepare an agreement if there was never any expectation that you would have one? Because it was so that I could be repaid the reimbursement, the $35,000 per month. But you testified that you and Weisselberg agreed that there would be no retainer agreement. Is it fair to say that once you became personal attorney to Trump, your signature block said the same thing? Personal attorney to Trump. Yes? And that was the same job you had for a decade. Yes, but not for Trump at Trump org, but as personal attorney to the president. You told everybody that was happening, correct? Not everyone. You've told TMZ. Yes. Sean Hannity went on his show. I did. And you said it was the same role I'm sorry. And you said it was the same role you always had, but as personal attorney to the president. Yes. And that's what you did. Yes, sir. Okay. Action packed. A lot going on there to break down. A lot of questions there. Now he is testifying. Why did you have to write an agreement if there was a consensus at the time between Alan Weisselberg and uh, uh, Michael Cohen that there was not going to be an agreement? He testifies that, there wasn't, but this was so he could get paid $35,000 a month to reimburse him for the payment. And Alan Weisselberg was Donald Trump's accountant. Have to know that. Okay. Blanche shows Cohen another exhibit. It's Cohen's goodbye email to the Trump org. It's accepted into evidence. Cohen sent the email on January 27th, 2017, telling the Trump org employees how much he would miss everyone, but that he was starting to work as Trump's personal attorney. So now we're going on to how when he became the president's personal attorney, he said that that was really his job all along. He used to be Trump's personal attorney, and he was kind of promoted. I don't know how you would say that, but you know, put tasked to the job of being the president's personal attorney. That was once he was president. Is the point I was getting to. He went on Sean Hannity. He told TMZ, and he said that was always his role. As I was just saying. Now we're seeing an exhibit being shown of an email from late January in 2017, where he said his goodbyes to the Trump Organization employees and said that he would miss them. And then he began helping Trump with legal matters in January or February. Yes, sir. That's after he said he would be leaving. He was leaving because he was becoming the president of the United States at the time, Donald Trump's personal attorney, no longer the attorney for the Trump Organization. He had moved on from that job now. And we're getting to some more questioning here. I want to read that to you here. And then you began helping Trump with legal matters in January or February. Yes, sir. You work with Mark Kasowitz on a case. Yes, Kasowitz was a legal lead counsel, Cohen explains. Blanche shows Cohen a document to refresh his recollection and then asks again, it was true, both you and Mr. Councilwitz were lead counsel on that matter. Yes. Okay, back to questioning here. I'm trying to figure out what case they worked together on. One moment. And is one of the things you did as Trump's attorney help Trump find attorneys to work on a case? Correct. You recall doing that in January or February in 2017? Yes, sir. For example, there were reporters making defamatory statements about Trump. It was part of your job to help with that. Yes, sir. Cohen says. So it appears the case that Mark Kasowitz and Michael Cohen worked together on was a lawsuit filed by former apprentice contestant Summer Zevros, although Mark Kasowitz, not Cohen, was the primary attorney handling the case, as Cohen explained, was the lead counsel there. So that case that they worked together on, that he's just testifying on there, was a former apprentice contestant, Summer Zevros. But Mark Kasowitz was the lead counsel there and worked very highly of that case. Okay, now we are seeing. We're back to that case, as I was just explaining, that Cohen was on with Kasowitz. There were legal filings in that case. Yes. You helped with the filings. I reviewed the documents. Yes. You recall helping Trump serve subpoenas on government agencies? No, sir. Lynch shows Cohen a document. And if we do get the numbers of evidence that they are showing, we will be able to show that to you guys. But we are seeing a lot of interesting things going on right now. Again, that case that Mark Kasowitz and Michael Cohen worked together on was from a former apprentice contestant, Zevros. What's the last name there? Okay, I'm going to wait for updates here. Let me move right over here, and I'm going to be over here for just a minute here. I believe I am, so let's go back. I just need to write some things down here. Let me actually. Oh, focus. Oh, there we go. Sorry, guys. I'm writing down for stuff later. Here, what's going on so far? Okay. Now let's go back to some more questions, I believe. Now to May 2017. What effect did the appointment of special counsel Mueller have on Cohen's attorney-client relationship with Trump? None, says Cohen, and says he played no role in selecting Kasowitz. And we were back to that case that they had worked together over. Cohen says he wasn't a big part of the case, but for the lead counsel that Cohen has testified is Kasowitz in a case having to do with an apprentice. Okay. Probably, okay. Hold up. Now to May 2017, what effect did the appointment of special counsel Mueller have on Cohen's attorney-client relationship with Trump? None, says Cohen, and says he played no role in selecting Kasowitz. Were you happy, sad, or indifferent about Trump hiring Kasowitz? Probably happy, Cohen says, and that he wasn't really part of that case or that work, even though he was still personal attorney. Now we have moved to some legal work that, if I get this out, that Michael Cohen did for the First Lady, Melania Trump. You did legal work for the First Lady in 2017. I did. There was an issue with Madame Townsend's worked. Yes. You reviewed the agreement for that? Yes, sir. You met with the First Lady in New York? Yes, sir. And part of that was helping her with legal issues? No, sir. Well, the Madame Townsend's work was a legal issue? Yes. And there was a trademark issue? Yes. And you met with her separately on non-legal issues? Yes. Personal matters? So for a long time, your job as Trump's lawyer was working on both legal and non-legal matters. So now it appears as if the defense is developing a fact that Michael Cohen wasn't just with the family for legal matters, but all kinds of matters. I mean, we saw him work with Donald Trump's daughter at one point back when I believe he still worked for the Trump Organization before he became Trump's personal attorney. And he did some work on a photo that had been exploited for Tiffany Trump, his daughter. Now, he also did work, as you know, we're talking about here, over a trademark issue with Madame Townsend's for the First Lady, Melania Trump. Now it appears that we are going back a little bit to. I want to make sure I'm getting all my facts correct here, so I'm going to wait for another tweet. But we may be going back to that retainer agreement from the legal work here from Melania Trump. Okay. At some point, were you advised not to communicate with Trump during the Mueller investigation around May of that year? I don't recall that. No, sir. And to be clear, you continued to get paid the $35,000 per month. Correct. That was the agreement struck. Correct. So we have moved on from some legal work that Trump did for the First Lady back to this retainer agreement. I think what the defense was trying to do is wrap that work to basically get this point out. He couldn't just do work for the president. He didn't work for family members. He was more to the Trump family than just a personal lawyer to Donald Trump. Now, back to some more questioning here. You also did a lot of consulting work during that time. I don't know how to define a little or a lot, but I had clients. I was paid approximately $4 million total. So I think the defense trying to say that he was much more than a lawyer to the Trump family. Because, I mean, he's saying, You also did a lot of consulting work. He said he got paid approximately $4 million, which I mean, is not a small bit of cash, but back over here, I'll check on updates. Apologies, my pen fell a long time ago and I haven't picked it up yet. Just patiently waiting. Okay. Now we're on to some more questioning here. Let's start with AT&T. He's going to some of the consulting things that he did for the Trump family now. Let's start with AT&T. You started in January 2017. Yes. Cohen explains that he was paid approximately $600,000 for about 20 communications he had had with AT&T on the consulting job, and there was nothing wrong with that. Blanche asked. No, Cohen replies. I need to step away from the camera for about 15-20 seconds here. So if you guys will give me just a moment, I'm going to be right back with so much more coverage right here on Brooklyn News. Our coverage will be right back. Well, before we do that, let me... One second. Let me change the lower third here. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Hold up. Okay, let's continue our coverage here. Okay. We're past the point of questioning when he's like, when, sorry, this is really loud. Hold up. When Blanche was like, let's start with AT&T. Yes, okay, we move on from that. We're getting into the consulting part of what Michael Cohen did in his job. So now we're moving on to something. By the way, you never told Trump that you had these consulting agreements. One moment, guys. In fact, it was Trump who introduced me to the CEO of AT&T. My question wasn't who introduced you. Blanche pushes back. Cohen, I did not specifically tell the President Trump that. What about Novartis? They hired you in March 2017, correct? You testified in front of Congress that you had 6 communications with them. Maybe more than that, but it was not significant. You were paid $1.2 million for $1.2 billion for that. Yes. And that's how it works. They can use as much or as little as they want. Correct. Because a retainer agreement isn't based on quantity of the work. Objection sustained. Give me a moment, guys. I'm getting our camera back here. One moment, and we should have our camera back here. There we go. I think okay, there we go. All right, we're back. Let me see if we have any more updates coming in just yet. I also know these court reporters, these people inside the courtroom, are 100% most definitely looking up these people as we see them, trying to get exactly what information is going on and all of that. So. Okay, so right now, the defense is cross-examining Michael Cohen, the former personal attorney and lawyer for the Trump Organization, is being cross-examined by the defense. That is what's happening right this second. He's being now questioned on his consulting side jobs that he did while being personal attorney to Trump. There was one with Columbus Novas. And another with AT&T. He says there were more than that, but that's the ones that we actively know of. And also something we're going to be able to do during this whole entire thing is pull up evidence. So you see here on your screen, and I'll kind of show you how this kind of works here. You see here, I have it pulled up here. And I can go to click on one of the PDF files. I have to go through a whole entire thing to get this all pulled up, but and then it'll show you instant messages incoming, a bunch of different stuff. So if they ever present evidence, we are actually able to bring that to you directly. But we're also watching multiple different people on other applications to make sure you guys are updated to the best of the possible ability that you possibly could be there. So okay, coming in. One consulting client, Cohen says, was supposed to pay him $150,000 a month. I'm sorry, $150,000 a month, but they only paid for about 3 months before the relationship fizzled. And the New York Times is reporting, quote, jurors are pulling out their faces and shifting in their seats. So as we're getting into the nitty-gritty of Michael Cohen's consulting businesses, consulting that he did, we're getting into this part of the jurors are they're getting bored. They're not very entertained by what's going on anymore in the courtroom right now. And if you'll stand by with me here. Stick to the shot here as we are waiting for updates out of the courtroom right now. Sorry, a lot of racket coming here. I just have to plug back in my camera here so we can get another feed. Hopefully after lunch, it's fully charged. It went for about a good hour, 45 minutes. That's good. That's why you can't see me right now. We're waiting for updates out of the courtroom, though. Okay, more updates coming in right now. Okay, more. And now we move up to 2018 in the timeline when the Stormy Daniels payment story broke early that year. After the story broke, Cohen went to visit someone in jail. Do you recall saying during that visit that Trump knew nothing about it? That's what I was saying to people at the time, I believe is what it says. At the time. You spoke to Maggie Haberman, told her Trump didn't know about the Daniels payment. Yes, sir. You recorded convos with multiple reporters in which you told them that you didn't know anything about it. Yes, sir. Okay, I believe we're all good. Oh, apologies. It is now almost 11 o'clock there in the Eastern time zone. Okay, now we have. Okay, now we have some more questions. One moment here. After the FBI search, Michael Cohen agrees. He told people that Trump knew nothing about the payment. Okay, that's what we were just talking about. Is we had kind of this saying of, "Oh no, he didn't know anything about it." Okay, so here, let's go back to question and answers here. So, okay, so at the time the FBI raided your residence, you would tell anyone who asked that Trump didn't know anything about it. He answers, yes. Then in April 2018, the FBI searched your property, hotel room, etc. Yes. And then you met with Bob Costello and Jeff Sintron on April 18th. Yes. And again, I want to report something else that's also going on inside the courtroom. According to the New York Times, jurors are beginning to kind of like pick at their faces, pull at their faces, and move around in their chairs here. Okay, have a new update here. I don't recall how long the meeting last. Cohen says he thinks they brought a retainer agreement with them that day, but he's not sure. Cohen testifies that he had multiple conversations with Costello over the next few weeks dash months. So weeks to months. I want to go back down here to the last thing we were just talking about. And this all is really just leading up to. Oh, hold up. This is all just leading up to the retainer agreement. And again, I have to report this. According to the New York Times, jurors are getting bored. They're not interested in all of this. I'm not sure if they're refocused, and their focus has shifted again. I'm not sure about that, but I do not believe it has. Apologies, just adjusting my shirt here. So, I mean, from my perspective right now, it is getting a little on the downward side of things, not so as much exciting. We're now seeing B1006. I'm going to see if I can pull it up for you guys. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna try my best to pull up the document if I can. So it's not in here. I don't think we have it. I can't pull that up for you guys. I do not have a feed of it. I'm not sure. I'm sure that someone can pull it up for us. Okay, so now displays an email from Costello to Cohen. That's the email that I was just attempting to pull up. Quote, I spoke to the people you asked me to about how the case ended up in the Southern District of New York, Costello wrote in the email. Costello explained he was waiting on an answer back. That is what that email. Yeah, he just entered the email into evidence just now. That's why we can't see it just yet. The NBC News team is noting Trump's eyes are closed. His head is tilted to one side. That's what NBC News is reporting. As if he's kind of resting his eyes. Cohen testifies that he did, in fact, ask Costello to have Rudy Giuliani find out why, quote, the matter ended up in the Southern District of New York, and in particular, who in Maine justice approved this. That email there that they're displaying there in the courtroom is from April 23rd of 2018. We have some new information here. Now Blanche is showing another email chain to Cohen, which is accepted into evidence. It's from May 2018. Bob, as I have stated in the past, and now is not the right time. We will advance our conversations regarding this issue. Cohen says there are, quote, too many hands on the matter, and that on no circumstances should Costello represent anything on his behalf. So I believe this is that new email says, you can always reach out to me directly, but under no circumstances do I want anyone communicating on my behalf with anyone else. Okay. Question. Would it surprise you to learn that you communicated with Costello on the phone 75 times? Seems excessive, but he pauses. Possible. Would it surprise you to learn that you spoke over 9 hours over the course of a few months with Costello? No, sir. One call lasted 1 hour and 30 minutes. So I'm struggling to see the bigger picture here of what the defense is trying to bring up? I'm really confused. And we're talking about emails and different things, but nothing that puts down their case. And maybe they're putting down some emails because if you remember during direct, and I just want to read here from notes a long time ago here, if I can find them. Michael Cohen ended up seeing, here we go. Michael Cohen ended up seeing a bunch of emails about attorney Costello opening a quote back channel in order to speak through Rudy Giuliani to Trump. Costello hoped to keep Cohen from cooperating in the Mueller investigation. And one moment, guys. I want to report that to you guys for anyone viewing us right next. We are live on the air. I'm being told that there has been a false. Okay, I'm gonna wait to report it because it is unconfirmed. I need to make a tweet though, really quickly, guys. I'll bring you guys updates in just a second. We just got some breaking news I need to share. Okay. We are now seeing an April 2018 email from Cohen to Costello in which he congratulates Giuliani for being hired as Trump's attorney. Cohen says he's been busy and is just, quote, coming up for air, but would give Costello a call soon. These are some perverted comments. So now we're seeing another June 2018 email Costello sent to Cohen a link to a YouTube video writing something you should see. Cohen replied, "Why send this to me?" I wonder what that YouTube video links to. I'm sure one of the reporters is like, B dash. Okay. One second. Let me check something here. No new updates right now that we see, and we're working on to get those, though. No new updates at this current time as I speak on an event that occurred earlier today at Brooklyn Public Schools involving a false active shooter alarm. Now, today is the day not every single student is at Brooklyn Public Schools. That's good news. But students having to take a semester test, as they refer to a test, if they missed a certain amount of days, etc. And now we are seeing more evidence, but we're gonna have to update you on that. I did post on my my social media feeds, and I'm working to gather more information on that. Okay. Hold up. We are seeing now another email from Cohen to Costello, which Cohen forwarded an article titled "Trump's Campaign to Discredit Michael Cohen is Already Underway." Cohen wrote, "Since we are sharing again, they are already on a bad path." I need to get a some type of like camera on my phone, like where I can share my screen. I don't know. Because, like, you guys cannot see my screen. So I'm just having to read this information off. And a lot of this information, I know a lot of the news orgs, they're using a shared Google document where they're all typing and doing things of that nature. Okay, yes. Okay, I believe this is inconsistent with the types things Cohen and Costello were discussing at the time. I'm a little bit confused as to what maybe the bigger picture here is. What is the defense attempting to develop? I'm confused. But I'm working on attempting to maybe get that not so very confused. It's 11:16 though in New York right now. Okay, questioning here with moment. Okay. In the time you spoke with Costello to now, there was a change in whether Trump org was paying for lawyers. Correct. What happened that caused you to write to Costello? There were significant invoices being sent to Trump org payment, and payment was not being paid in accordance with the invoices. So it appears as what is happening right now is the defense is trying to establish a case as how everything came along for the payment, and it feels as if it's the history of Michael Cohen and the Trump organization, what we're going down right now. And I think it's interesting. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what we see maybe in the future here, as I assume we're going to break for lunch in the next hour or so. Again, sometimes it's as if we're getting information so much at one point, and then we see this kind of pause because information is kind of spacing up right now, and different things. Some things just aren't extremely relevant, important. I think that's definitely something you could say. You want to know my shirt here? Let me adjust this since I have to adjust it on set. Okay, there we go. We are just waiting right now for any new possible updates to come out of here. It appears we do have a new update here. Blanche, one moment. Blanche, I'm sorry, let's go before that. You wanted Costello in June 2018 to communicate to Giuliani that non-payment was becoming an issue. Yes, sir. Blanche, you never signed engagement letter and never paid because you didn't sign an engagement letter. Correct. So right now we are back to talking about that retainer agreement of the reimbursements, I believe, to Michael Cohen. To Michael Cohen from the Trump organization over his payment to Stormy Daniels. Didn't you stop making money from consulting in 2018? Yes, sir. The $4 million you made in that 18-month period from consulting, was that the most you made in your life? No, Cohen says. He's made $5 million in another 18-month period. A lot of money apparently in the consulting business. I don't know. I wonder if I'm able to do this here to show you guys what I'm looking at. I wonder, I may be able to here. Hold up. So he now we're seeing back. We've been talking about his consulting business deals and the retainer agreement and the switch of Rudy Giuliani from Michael Cohen. It's so complex, but at the same time, it's a little bit boring. According to the New York Times, about, I would say, 20, 30 minutes ago, they were getting a little bored. They were starting to pull out their skin and adjusting in their seats. So you can tell it's getting a little bit uninteresting for the jurors. Okay, new update here. I want to read it off to you guys. One moment. Read this off to you guys. Here's what we have. Oh. Is it correct? And I want to pull up my screen set. Maybe I want to show you guys what I'm actually reading. Is it correct to say that between the time you pleaded guilty and published your book, you didn't have any income? Correct. But you had a lot of bills. Yes. And since you started your podcast and published your books, how much have you made? About $4 million. So now we're on to the financial change in between the time that he pled guilty of lying to Congress and other things there. And if anyone has any questions, comment them. I'll do my best to use my expertise in law. Okay. Cohen agrees he made about 4.4 million from the book / podcast he's released. He also leases a property, he says, and you make money off of merchandise you sell off your podcast. Yes, we've been over this many times, but okay, that was an opinion. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to read that part of it. Very true though. In this case, we have been over, money he's made, how he's made money, why he's made money, where he's made money. We may be breaking for lunch or something, or is this a new witness? They're closing the gates up. We may be beginning to break for lunch or something of that nature. Is this them fixing to come out of the courtroom? That's Donald Trump. It appears we are taking another morning break there. Donald Trump, his team, leaving the room there. Waiting to see if we're breaking for lunch or what. I want to go to some other quotes there as they leave the room there. Blanche, so you're also, am I correct, pitching a TV show based upon your life? Cohen says he's not pitching it, but his producer, Phil Alberstadt, the proposed title is Fixer, he acknowledges. We are on morning recess. Okay. This, as I was saying, I knew we were going to be taking a mark here any moment now. We're going to take a 10-minute break here on Brooklyn News as well. We will return as soon as they enter the courtroom once again. Okay, our coverage is going to continue here on Brooklyn News. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've been live now for 2 hours and 30 minutes. BN coverage will continue. Thanks for watching. Welcome back in. I am Jackson Mitchell of Trump's criminal hush money trial. This is live coverage. I am Jackson Mitchell. Once again, welcome in everyone. We have a lot that has been going on that we're, I assume, going to break down for first a little bit of lunch, and then we are going to take a break ourselves. Donald Trump there entering the courtroom once again as the break is soon to end. This is their morning recess. They have a lot of recesses. You never realize how much you need to stand up, walk outside, or etc. So far this morning, and so far just now, we have seen testimony from or cross-examination from Todd Blanche towards Michael Cohen. And what we've seen there is just Todd Blanche asking questions about his consulting business, etc. So it's been a little soul-sucking, I would explain it as. It's been just a little bit draining. But it is fixing to all begin once again once Judge Rashawn gets back on the bench after the morning recess. Soon we will take a lunch break. It was 11:36. I assume we will not go for too much longer here. But the testimony is soon to resume. Okay. According to a reporter inside the courtroom, the parties are back. Both takes a seat to Trump's right, Blanche to his left as Necklace leans over Blanche to say something to Trump. All four are now in conversation. Just thought I would point that out. A reporter getting into trouble for eating there. Can't be the only one that saw it. As reported pointed out to me on break, the $50,000 Redfinch reimbursement was part of the $180,000 that was grossed up, so that could mean that if Cohen only gave $20,000 to Redfinch, he essentially stole $80K from Trump Corp. I think that's a valid point. I mean, I'll read it off again too if you just want to listen in. As a reporter pointed out to me on break, the $50,000 Redfinch reimbursement was part of the $180,000 that was grossed up. So that could mean that if Cohen only gave $20,000 to Redfinch, he essentially stole $80,000 from the Trump org. I think it's a good point. Court is now back in session. Michael Cohen walked past Donald Trump. Oh. walked past Donald Trump without glancing over. Trump was speaking with his attorney, Todd Blanche, when he passed the team. I believe we're back. Whole entire panel just fell. Apologies. The jury is re-entering the courtroom now. As we provide moment-by-moment updates right here on Brooklyn News of everything going on. The question here, is Trump guilty of 34 counts of falsifying records? But first, the case developing how he may be. I'm surprised, honestly, that there has not been any more objections. I really am. I'm surprised that the prosecution team has not objected on like anything. It's just been extremely interesting for me to see that they're not objecting on anymore. Now the defense actually was like, I believe it was last week, yeah, that they were like, you could have objected on more in like one of the pretrial arguments, or not pretrial arguments, but argument from an earlier point in time. Blanche is now resuming his crunch with the question. First question here. How long have you been working with the gentleman you described to pitch this show? Approximately 3 months. Cohen says the pitches happened after it was shot 7 to 8 months ago. Cohen also says he is considering a third book. Oh, apologies. No, Blanche says Blanche returned to the proposed show about Cohen's life. The Fixers, we were just talking about that question, the first question that he led off with there. How long have you been working with the gentleman you described earlier? The pitch show approximately 3 months after it was shot 7 to 8 months ago. You actually said that you're considering a run for Congress, Blanche asked, and Cohen confirms. I did not know that. I want to do some research into that. If I can type. Um, my name recognition. I'm reading this quote here from. I believe it. I'm going to read this quote here from Cohen. My name recognition is because of the journey I've been on. It is affiliated with Mr. Trump. Yes, but it's not because of Mr. Trump, he insists. Okay, so here is the possible what could possibly happen here if Cohen were to run for Congress. I'm just going to read out some of the facts here really quickly. Cohen said he would run as a Democrat. Now, he lives in the 12th congressional district in New York, which covers a large swath or a large piece of Manhattan, and is currently represented by Democrat Jerry Nadler. Nadler has served in the House since 1992 and last year defeated his fellow Democratic incumbent Carolyn Maloney in a primary after redistricting pitted them against each other as the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. Since 2019, Nadler played a key role in both of Trump's impeachments. While Cohen is best known for his connection to Trump, a Republican, this disbarred lawyer wrote in a post on Friday on X, formerly known as Twitter, "I've been a Democrat most of my life." Okay. Back to Cohen's role as a personal attorney. To Trump, Trump trusted you. Yes. His family trusted you. Yes. His wife trusted you. Yes. Part of your job was to give him counsel and discuss legal issues with Trump. Hoffinger, which is on the prosecution, then asked to approach. A sidebar has began. Okay. So what we're saying now here is now they began to talk about when Cross began again, talk about the show, and then we went to a third book. Then now we're on to a run for Congress. Now we are back onto the role as a personal attorney to the president, what he did, what it meant, and some different things. As if the defense is developing a timeline of this is when this happened, that's when this happened. You sent this email. Why did you send this email? What was it for? Questions of that nature. Just trying to develop a story that Trump is innocent to the jury. But again, as explained earlier, I'm not sure how they're doing after the break. But before the break, the jury was, according to the New York Times, they were picking at their faces and moving around in their chairs, alluding to the fact that they may have been losing their attention. That was back when they were discussing the consulting jobs that Michael Cohen had done when he was personal attorney. And I'm surprised that there has not been any more objections just to some things that may be unrelated to the case or don't really develop much of a story here. So when did you view your attorney-client relationship with Trump as ending? Objection sustained. Now some math from Blanche. Going back to the $420,000 you were paid, Blanche restarts. The Stormy Daniels payment was, and he quote that there, Stormy Daniels payment was $130,000, and the $20,000 to Redfish adds up to $150,000, and the remainder was grossed up plus the bonus. You didn't claim that $35,000 in your taxes. Objection sustained. So maybe we are going to be seeing much more objections come out of the prosecuting team now. After that sidebar we had for a few moments, now we're seeing now two objections, both sustained by Judge Rashan. I need to do something very, very quickly here. Sorry about that. I was checking something on my TV there. Let's see if we have anything new from the courtroom. Okay, so now we resume discussing the exorbitant amount of money Cohen made during much of the past decade as an underpaid, overworked press corps has to report it. Asked if he was a financial interest, asked if he was a financial interest in the outcome of the case, Cohen calmly replies, "Yes, sir." Quote, "I talked about it on my podcast. I talked about it on TikTok, and they make money." But Cohen eventually backpedals a bit, saying the outcome doesn't affect whether he speaks. Question: if Trump is convicted, that would benefit you personally, financially? No, sir. Then what is your financial interest in the case? His personal interest, Cohen clarifies, is that he talks about the case on his podcast and TikTok. So now we're getting to him talking about Trump on the podcast, on TikTok, on other applications that he was actually asked not to do when he got close to testifying here. Cohen then turns the question about the financial interest in Trump's conviction on its head. Quote, "It's better if he's not convicted for me because it gives me more to talk about in the future." Interesting. Uplifting. Cohen says that unironically getting a respectable laugh from the press. Yeah, that's pretty interesting there. Question from Blanche: this trial affects your personal life, doesn't it? Answer from Cohen, yes, sir. Blanche, revenge is a dish best served cold. Best served cold. You mean it when you've said it then and when you said it now? Yes, sir. Blanche asks, is it true that you're willing to lie under oath if it affects you personally? And mentions that Blanche testified to that previously, but Hoffinger objects. That's sustained by Judge Marchand. You would lie under oath out of loyalty, correct? Objection again, sustained again. I wouldn't know what the objection is there, but that was objected, I assume, by Susan Hoffinger for the prosecuting team. Blanche rephrases then to, when you lied to Congress, you said it was out of loyalty to Trump. So relating that, it's true that you would lie out of loyalty. Yes, sir, says Cohen. So now it appears as if now the defense is finally getting to the point they've been trying to make, that Michael Cohen is simply not credible. And they're getting to the point that he would lie under oath again, as he pled guilty back a few years back for lying to Congress. So, now we're seeing, him saying he would do that again. Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. The defense trying to get him out of saying that, trying to get that out of him that he would do it again, continued to be objected to, was sustained 2 times by judgment, rephrased again. But that when they rephrased it again to not get it objected, Blanche, which is for the defense, says, when you lied to Congress, you said it was out of loyalty to Trump. So restating that, it's true that you would lie out of loyalty. Yes, sir, says Cohen. So basically trying to say, oh, don't trust, the defense is trying to get along, don't trust him. He would lie. He would, lie. Or is a liar. Oh, and we have no further questions from Blanche. Michael Cohen's cross-examination is over. We're going to see what Judge Marchand decides to do next, if there is any more witnesses before the lunch break, or if they're going to go ahead and take a break, as it is 12 p.m. Pacific, Eastern. We're going to see what they ultimately decide to do as the cross-examination of Michael Cohen is over. Sorry, just typing in the lower third there. Defense has completed its cross of former attorney Michael Cohen. Susan Hoffinger has now stood for the redirect of Cohen. There we go. The prosecution has now begun their redirect of Cohen at this current time as we stand. Oh, spelling error. So right now, the prosecution has begun their redirect. Sorry, just gonna put my headphones on here. Okay. Prosecutor Susan Hoffinger begins redirect by having Cohen clean up his answer about whether he testified falsely in Congress in 2019. Derek Cross, he said he did, but the year he lied to Congress was 2017, he says now. Another clarification here. Defense asked whether Cohen discussed other matters with Trump on October 26, 2016. In addition to the Daniels issue, he didn't want a, quote, specific recollection of other matters, but he does remember the Daniels matter was important to him. Blanche objects to that, overruled. Next, about how busy Cohen was in October 26. Weren't you busy all the time, not just then, correct? Were you too busy to finalize the payment? Were you too busy to get Trump's approval to make the payoff? No, ma'am. No, and no, ma'am. Did you ever send Mr. Weisselberg a retainer agreement? No, ma'am. Why wasn't there a retainer? Answer, and we'll just go, I'll just do QA, okay? Answer, there was no legal work I was being paid for. There was no representation agreement. Question, did the reimbursement have anything to do with the retainer agreement? Answer, no, ma'am. So we have talked a lot about the retainer agreement. We have talked about the consulting that we've seen now. Let's go back here. Reviewing Cohen's work for Trump and his family over 2017 and 2018, the prosecutor asked him whether he ever billed for that. Cohen says no. Question, did you ever get paid a dime for the work in 2018? Answer, no, ma'am. So now it appears as the prosecution is cleaning up maybe what Cohen said and trying to fix some things and allow the jury to better understand maybe what happened. That's why I have to touch my mic there. Okay. Hoffinger, Blanche asked you about legal work for family and wife. Did you ever bill? No. Did the $420,000 have to do with that? No. Did you work for Trump in 2018? Yes. Did you ever get a dime for the work in 2017? That's something we were just talking about. No. Did the $420 reimbursement? Okay. No, we already answered that. Going pretty quick with these updates, and then we don't get them. Okay. So it really does. It appears as if Susan Hoffinger for the prosecuting team is attempting to just clean up and make things look better for the prosecution to look at all of this, as in to say, the jury needs to decide for me because our case that we're trying to do looks better than, Trump's case of, I'm innocent rather than 34 counts of falsifying business records. So we'll have to see ultimately what gets decided here. Now it appears we are moving back to the Red Finch money. We get more info on why Cohen hired them. A CNBC poll regarding the most famous businessman, quote, in like the past century, end quote. At the beginning of this poll, he was polling toward the very, very bottom. That's quote there. Though the acquisition of IP addresses, Red Finch said, they in there, it's not giving me the rest. They. Oh, and that is what that is what Cohen said there. I was just reading. We get more info on why Cohen hired them. He says the CNBC poll regarding the most famous businessman in like the past century. At the beginning of this poll, he was polling toward the very, very bottom. Through the acquisition of IP addresses, Red Finch said they. Some analyzation here. Blanche landed a few punches, sure, but they were overshadowed by the mean ring. Okay, it's a surprise. Okay, I'm gonna know that said as analyst, and I don't necessarily want to read an opinion here. Okay, but oh, here we go. They create an algorithm to raise Trump in the polls. Trump wanted to end up as number one, but Cohen and Red Finch thought that would be too suspicious, so they settled on top 10. Kind of like when you're cheating on a test, everyone knows to flub some it to make it believable. Okay. And that goes back to the CNBC poll of why Michael Cohen had been hired. That CNBC poll, he was polling down here. Michael Cohen was aiming to get him back up there. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. CNBC actually ended up canceling the poll anyway, so Trump didn't want to pay Red Finch because he didn't feel he got the benefit of what the funds were supposed to go to, despite achieving number 9 in the poll thanks to Red Finch. Now that redirect has begun, Cohen continues his pattern of delivering answers straight to the jury. I feel for Michael Cohen as if when he is doing his examination, when prosecution team, it appears as if he's more consistent with his answers and more put together. And I mean, he knows law. I mean, even though he was reborn, I mean, he had to go to law school, get all that stuff sorted out. So I mean, he knows something. So he knows, I think, what he is doing. The prosecutor asked Cohen about stealing the difference on the Red Finch expense in this Trump organ reimbursement. Why did you take the extra $30,000? Hoffinger asked. Cohen says he was angry about his bonus being cut, and it was almost like self-help. He says that the quote there, quote, almost like self-help. Cohen agrees that that was wrong. It says, asked whether he acknowledged now that it was wrong to do that. Cohen agrees that it was. Hoffinger, did Trump... I'll go ahead and do this here. Question from Hoffinger. Did Trump say he wouldn't pay Red Finch? Cohen, Mr. Trump didn't feel like he got the benefit of what the funds were supposed to go to and reimburse him. That's something we were talking about early. Even though he got to 9, he wanted to get to at least 10 in that poll. CNBC ended up actually canceling the poll, but he wanted to get to at least 10 there. At least in the top 10, he got to 9, but he didn't feel that they did what he wanted him to do. Red Finch didn't. So he ended up not feeling that he needed to pay them for the full amount of what they did for him. She asked Cohen to explain why he asked Trump. Cohen admits it was, quote, wrongful to take the extra $30,000 from chunk work. That goes back to the Redfinch payment. I'm trying to think here. Yeah, that goes back to the Redfinch payment. That Michael Cohen stole $30,000. He said he needed 50. That's what he had said to Alan Weisselberg, who is the was the accountant at the time. He said to Alan Weisselberg, "Hey, I need $50,000 for Redfinch payment." Ended up keeping 30,000 of it. So, Mr. Blanche asked you about an extra 30,000. Cohen, well, for a long time, I had been telling him about the 50,000. I was angered because of the reduction in the bonus, and so I just felt it was almost like, quote, self-help. That's something we had been talking about earlier. He said it was almost like self-help to take that extra $30,000 because he was mad that his bonus was cut. Okay. Prosecutor Susan Hoffinger opened her redirect. Okay, we've already kind of been through some of this stuff here. As the I assume she's gonna finish her redirect. I think she's really just trying. I assume she's gonna finish her redirect before lunch. But right now, I feel as if she's kind of just uh, developing her case on this, that, this, that, this, that, this, that. That's what happened there. She's trying to just clarify some different things and fix up and make things look better than what they're looking like now. And there has been one objection by the defense. It was ultimately overruled by Judge Merchan here. So we'll have to see exactly what happens in this case. Oh. We have now went to a bench meeting. Prosecutors were, before we left here, prosecutors were asking about Cohen's Federal Election Commission response, denying that Trump or campaign was party to Daniels' payment. Cohen was intended to be misleading. New updates coming in right now. We have Hoffinger asked about Cohen's February 18th, 2018 letter from the Federal Election Commission. That's what I was just talking about here. I have that letter. Cohen took the extra. Okay, hold up. He says it was intentionally misleading. Intentionally misleading is what he explains that as. Oh, this is very. Please stand by here. We're going to work to get our audio back. Apologies about that there. That was not supposed to happen, but here we are. Okay. There we go. We're back. Okay. Sorry about that. People's Exhibit 201 shown to Cohen Hoffinger. When Blanche asked you about the statement, you said it was an omission, correct? You said it was also misleading and deceptive. The misleading line is neither the Trump org or campaign is a party to payment to Miss Clifford, which Miss Clifford is Stormy Daniels, which is the porn star in this case. Her real name is Stephanie Clifford. Did you intend for it to be misleading in that way? I did. A sidebar is going on right now, though, as you're talking about those questions there. Right now, the sidebar is continuing here. And I'm just consistently reloading my phone to see if we have any new updates coming from the courtroom. But right now, a sidebar is happening. We can always also go look at a behind the scenes camera here as we talk about that all and what is all going on. And let's just have a few notes back here that we're going to be going over at a later time. New updates. Sidebar is continuing right now. That's what we've been following throughout this whole entire day. Is this case of the former president? But right now, a sidebar is happening right now. Now this sidebar comes after they were talking a little bit about the payment here and a letter. I'm sorry, not a payment, but a letter from the SEC. I'm sorry, from the FEC. Cohen has said that it was omitted as prosecutor Susan Hoffinger is returning to that letter. Earlier, Cohen said he had testified under cross-examination that he said there was an omission in that letter. Hoffinger notes and during direct that it was misleading and deceptive. Cohen says, quote, "What's omitted is the fact that it was paid for by Mr. Trump or the Trump Trust. And did you intend for it to be misleading in that way?" The prosecutor asked. "I did." Cohen says. Trump has a pen in his hand and is tapping the back of it on a paper in front of him in that desk. It is 12:20 right now there, but 11:20 here. Prosecutor reads a line from a FCC statement. Prosecutor Susan Hoffinger has read a line here from the statement. It says, "The payment in question does not constitute a campaign contribution." Was that a true statement? She asked Michael Cohen. "No, ma'am," he says. Now, Judge Merchan is just now providing the jurors with an instruction. Cohen has pleaded guilty to violating the FECA, which is the Federal Election Commissions Act, but you may not use that to consider whether Trump is guilty or not guilty of the charged crimes. It's to assess Cohen's credibility. Well, I will say that's definitely something that when court ends today, Trump is going to bring up. He is 100% going to bring that up. And then, I mean, if I was the defense, I would bring that up. I think that's key in this case that the judge has ruled that what you just heard is Cohen saying he broke an act that by lying here. And you can't use that against him. I think that's something that the defense is going to be pretty angered at. Now coming in, another line from the Cohen statement. The payment to Ms. Clifford was lawful and was not a campaign contribution or campaign expenditure by anyone. Which Cohen calls untrue. So that is, and you're also able to see a behind the scenes camera. I can scoot a little bit out of the way here so you can see everything. I've got inside the courtroom from that Reuters feed there. I've got my camera right here. Usually I have a camera up there, but it has died. It is charging right now. And right there is the behind the scenes camera. Point very closely at it there. There's the behind the scenes camera. Something I did have blocked when we had this camera up, but I can't block it with this camera. It's the whole thing, so usually it's blocked by me sitting here, but when I lean back, it's not. I'm ready to get a lunch break. Okay. You were asked questions about NDAs. I'm sorry. NDAs. NDAs, Hoffinger said. You said NDAs in some circumstances are legal. You recall that? Yes, I do, Cohen answers. Under the circumstances of the NDA with Daniels, was that perfectly legal? No, ma'am, Cohen says. And you pleaded guilty to an Federal Election Commissions Act violation in connection to that payment. I did, Cohen answers. Now we're on to Exhibit 202, which is going to be the People's Exhibit, if I can. I may be able to pull it up. The payment to Ms. Clifford's, and I'm quoting here, was lawful and was not a campaign contribution or a campaign expenditure by anyone. Hoffinger, did Mr. Trump approve and did you provide a copy of this statement to attorney Jay Sekulow? Cohen, yes, ma'am. Hoffinger continues to ask questions about his guilty plea to the FECA violations. This elicits another objection, and the parties head to another sidebar. And if we can, I have that statement that they were just reading off here. Maybe? I don't think we have it, actually. Please stand by. You can see it on this computer right here in front of me from behind the scenes camera. Now Hoffinger has resumed, then as to approach again. At this rate, I'm going to read this opinion here from Tyler McBrien. He says he's beginning to doubt Cohen will be able to leave the stand for good by lunch. Yeah, I see that. Because earlier I was like, oh no, he'll definitely be able to leave the stand by lunch. Everything's going to work out. But maybe not. When you're seeing now another sidebar. And I'm having troubles, so we are... But I do, I mean, I believe I should be able to... Oh, you're going to see a camera there for just a second here. I'm going to show you guys something. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see it here, but that is what I'm just talking about there, that statement. Let me turn this over. That statement from that evidence that we were just talking about and what it says. Oh, that is what that statement there says. We'll go over here if we can. In late January 2018, I received a copy, blah, 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 and that's what they were just reading over just moments ago. And apologies here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Hoffinger has approached for another sidebar, by the way, everyone. Ooh. Okay, now to a question about whether the outcome of the trial affects Cohen's personality. Quote, it may feel like you're on trial, but are you on trial here? Hoffinger asked. Objection to stay, and that is what you ultimately put on sidebar. Therefore, is your liberty at stake? No, ma'am. Is your wife's liberty at stake? No, ma'am. You were subpoenaed. Yes. Trump's eyes are closed once again. And right now we are just continuing to bring you guys updates, but at times it does go a little silence, at times because we don't see so much updates consistently coming in. Analysts is really hard to bring you to every single question and answer because, sometimes it's really hard to understand where the prosecution or defense is attempting to go. Are you attempting to go down the road of taking down blah, blah, this, or not believing in this, or that this should happen, that should happen? That's not true. Allowing the jury to believe something specific. So that's something that we have to note here. And It's really hard to. If I go silent, I am looking at my phone and I'm trying to get information to all of you that are watching our viewers. Okay, another question. When you submitted each of your 11 invoices to the Trump org for services rendered pursuant to the retainer agreement, was that true or false? False, he answers. We lather, rinse, repeat for the vouchers and stubs. Now we're on Costello-Cohen relationship in 2018. Did you ever sign a retainer? That's what we were just talking about. No, I was concerned about their relationship we had with Giuliani, and I believe anything I said to him would get back to Trump. Okay, so he believed that anything he had said to Rudy Giuliani, which was the new lawyer for Trump, after Cohen had basically was taking a break, he was scared that stuff was just going to immediately get to Trump. This is redirect after the cross. She's just really just cleaning up what Cohen has really already said and making sure it is consistent and perfect to what she really wants it to be so she can win this case and the jury can ultimately decide that, you know, her case that she is attempting to prove is the best and true. I've done it again. Apologies. Dropped it once again. Luckily, this thing, she's holding on. She's holding on for dear life. Let me just put this in my pocket in my shirt here. So this does not fall again here. Moment. Does that sound good? Okay. So Cohen signed a waiver agreement and submitted it to the SDNY, which is the Southern District of New York prosecutors in 2019, and we can see the waiver agreement displayed on the screen now. Cohen reads from it. At the time, Cohen had waived his attorney-client privilege with some communications with Costello, though at the time he didn't really think such privilege existed in order to answer questions. Okay. Just consistently making sure you guys are getting updates. Okay. All right, updates coming in right now. Okay, so did you ever sign an agreement with Miss? Let's go to some questions asked here. Did you ever sign an agreement with Mr. Costello Cohen? No, ma'am. I didn't trust him. I didn't like the way that he kept invoking Rudy Giuliani, and my concern was that anything I said to him would go back to Mr. Trump. Hoffinger. Did you ever agree to pay him anything, and is that why you did not sign a retainer? Cohen. No, ma'am. That's why I didn't sign retainer. Then we have another one here. Hoffinger, in February 2019, did you speak to prosecutors about Mr. Costello, and did you sign a waiver agreement? Yes, signed a waiver agreement. Hoffinger, you waived any privilege you might have with Costello to answer questions. Correct. Cohen. Now Hoffinger is asking about the time when Cohen constituted attorney to submit fake cases in his filings for early termination of supervised release. And I'm just writing notes here. Okay. Cohen explains again that he went on the AI site Google Bar to research cases. It gave him cases that looked legitimate, and he sent the cases to his lawyer to incorporate into the document. Now, back when Cohen provided fake cases to his lawyer thanks to hallucinations made by Google Bard, which he had to use because he didn't have access to Westlaw. As someone commented on that, what world do we live in? So sad. Someone replied to that. So sad that I understand this. And then under it was, what world do we live in? Cohen has testified on like everything. I mean, this has been a lot of testimony on so much. Awaiting any updates. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here. I'm just writing things to break down at lunch. We may be breaking for lunch. Please stand by. Yeah, I believe we're going to be breaking for lunch any moment now. We're closing the gates. I feel like that's how you know, and they start forming their little guard they have. Okay. Jury is breaking for lunch now. After a brief sidebar, the ever merciful, ever punctual decides to break early for lunch. I'll see you at 2:15, so that's 1:15. Here we have a while to go. One of the reporters say, I, for one, am looking forward to a meal I can enjoy not in the men's restroom. Jury is breaking early for lunch and we'll be back at 1:15. We are going to, I believe, leave you on this shot. But first, let's wrap up today in court really quickly here. Okay, here's what we got so far. Trial to begin closing next week. That was the first big headline earlier today. Cohen testifying on jobs, interviews, safety documents, fake cases. During the redirect from Hoffinger, she really began to just clean up the case, or some of the words that were said uh, some of the things that were going on there, and we're now seeing merchants discussing whatever matter they were addressing in sidebar. Steinglass discusses 417A Steinglass for the prosecution, and B photos of Trump and Schiller on the evening of 10/24/16 to dispel any doubt that they were together. Then evidence which defense objected to admitting. Okay. Trial is to begin closing next week. Cohen testified on so much. Now, Hoffinger really was cleaning up the case for Cohen to make her thing, attempting to make sure that the jurors understand that from her side of things, he's guilty. Jurors not allowed to use the Federal Election Commission Act violation to influence their decision. Eager to hear what Trump will say after court. That's my note there. I'm eager because I know he's going to say something on that FICA violation. Now, the jury, according to multiple sources, the jury was pretty bored or appeared to be pretty, sleepy during parts of the, not sleepy, just bored and tired of hearing the legal and all that good stuff during parts of cross-examination. But they also appeared the same way during direct. I mean, it gets a little boring at times here. Now the lawyers are arguing over the introduction of a photograph of Trump and Keith Schiller. I wonder what is that? That's 417A. I may be able to find it. That's 416. One second, I'll attempt to find it here. What is it? 617A? So much evidence in here, I swear. Okay, I don't know. May have just gotten entered today, who knows? Blanche is objecting to the introduction of the photo, says that they never elicited testimony from Cohen that suggested that Trump wasn't with Schiller. Instead, they suggested that Cohen spoke to Schiller about something else. The 14-year-old phone harassed her. Blanche objected to the introduction. Okay, we just read that. Further, both photos have some hearsay, same hearsay problem. Quote, that was argued and that Your Honor didn't go with us, end quote. It's inadmissible hearsay, he repeats. The Assistant District Attorney Josh Steinglass points to the CSAN testimony about how times are verified before posting. Quote, we're entitled to be able to establish that the defendant and Mr. Schiller were together at the time of this phone call. Steinglass says they have paralegal at the ready to lay foundation and authenticate the C-SPAN photo. All which means we might get yet another cameo during this trial from America's favorite paralegal, Georgia Longstreet. Just reload, reload, reload. Steinglass and Blanche are locked in argument about how to characterize parts of Blanche's argument, whether he was making a relevance argument or something else. It's a meta argument and it's grinding on. I'm interested to see what the judge rules and if they're going to show this photo with with Cohen and Schiller when they were together. When they were together, apologies for that audio issue. When they were together, or when they're just trying to photo, they're just trying to show a photo to show evidence that they were together. Trump's eyes are still closed, according to Anna Bauer, a reporter inside the courtroom. As Blanche questions against the introduction of the photo, he's had his eyes closed basically all day. That's what I've been told. Also, he's leaning back in his seat, and I think he might be asleep. But then, signs of life from the former president. He rubs his nose. Only if there was a camera, we could get literally a camera pointed directly on the president. And there goes the president. They are done and are headed into a lunch break We are going to continue. Our coverage when they're off of lunch break. We've been laying out what's going on. I want to see what the judge's ultimate decision are. We'll wait for that to come in. Appears as if the camera may have froze up. Or at least the feed did. Okay, I want to see the judge's decision is on this. Okay, it says they say that the discussion's going to be picked up after lunch. They have just broke for lunch. Our coverage will begin right here on Brooklyn News after lunch at 1 p.m. Lunch ends at 1:15 here, 2:15 there. Thank you so much for watching our coverage, though. I'm Jackson Mitchell. Good day, everyone. I'm Jackson Mitchell. Welcome into our continuing coverage here on Brooklyn News of Trump on trial. Just before we left, or the jurors and everyone left on lunch break, they were discussing motions on an image. Judge Merchan ultimately saying he'd have to look into the hearsay that had to go with that. but so many key moments right before lunch because we saw testimony and cross-examination from Michael Cohen for days now from the defense. It has been very long, confusing. It is very long, confusing. Now, he testified on his jobs and different things. He had interviews with different news orgs, safety documents, even fake legal documents and fake cases he had made with AI. Now, the redirect that happened just before we went on lunch with Hoffinger was ultimately really just a moment for the prosecution to go ahead and allow for a clarification on some of the other things that had been said at earlier times. So now as we're getting back into this here, I'm learning that Trump's attorney, Alina Habba, which is not in this case, was on Fox News on whether Trump will testify. She is not working in this case, to my knowledge. She says, quote, Trump has to listen to his attorneys. It's not as much as what he wants to do. We know he wants to testify. He is willing. He is able. He has nothing to hide at all. It would be pretty quick in terms of the questions asked because he had no part in this. End quote. That is what Alina Habba, his attorney in, I believe it is the Florida case, on whether Donald Trump should testify. So now as we have the view behind us here of 100 Century Street, the courthouse there. Sure, we'll go inside in just a few moments. Jurors are expected to be back here at 2:15 Eastern, which is 1:15 our time. Check on any new updates here. No new updates right now. Trump attorney, okay, that's what I was just reading. No resolution to the matter that Justice Merchan was talking about earlier that we were just talking about there. That's music to our ears for the hungry reporters in the overflow room. Okay, yeah, that was right before lunch. No resolution to the matter over the images that the defense was wanting. The defense was saying, yeah, we want it, but then they were they're both having opinions on like the fact of that they're both one's a hearsay, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. Justice Merchan saying, you know, I'll have to look into that, and they're expected to begin discussing that once again once lunch is over, which is in just a few minutes. Kind of just waiting now to see what's going to happen. But I'm sure I'm going to be here throughout the next few hours. If we do a full view of that, of the courthouse behind me, this is what we are viewing behind me. The color difference is a little much, but it's okay. I guess we will go into the courthouse in a few moments. Right now, we will go inside the courthouse in a few moments. Pretty good view there, though. And you guys, I'm just viewing different information that's coming out of this. One moment. Any information that comes out of this that I can bring you guys, and I actually may change this just a little bit. Let me change how I'm doing this up just a little bit. Just checking to see if we have anything new coming out of the courthouse. Let me change something up if we can. If we're able to, let me do this. I'm going to move my laptop here. and move that closer by the camera. Oh. Oh. Technical difficulties here. Please stand by with us. Regular television just began to play. Who knows? The amount of technical difficulties we experience on the air are really crazy. But I'm going to change something up here. Let's put that over there. We're back. Fixing everything up. Sorry, I quickly made a move into here in the last hour that we have had. I just abruptly and quickly moved everything in here. And now I should be able to do this right here and change it. Maybe. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let me make this. I just have to look way over there. Okay. There we go. So, and then right here in front of me, I can actually probably move this closer. Oh. My. And then move it back down like, okay, there we go. And now I'm able to just click all the buttons over here. Okay, no new post right now that I'm viewing. And I believe we have this. Let me go and turn this off so we can optimize battery. Oh, and we are in the courthouse. Are they fixing to walk in there? You see some team members walking in there. I want to go full over there and see as we wait here. And see if we have anyone new come out there. But while we wait, let's go ahead. Let's do this. And then this. What does that look like? Oh, now I'm the big screen. We'll get it together, guys. We'll get it together. Or I'll get it together. There we go. Okay. So right now, we were just talking a little bit about some of the updates that are coming out of this, and it appears I may have an update right now. But we were talking about, I want to go to something else here. If Trump were to be found guilty, and they're making this a felony, that's a little different. Because they're making this a felony to basically say, well, yes, he did this, in fact, to change and influence the 2016 election, which is the word they're using. But if he were to be found guilty, if the jury were to be found guilty, Desmond Schwann has the option to either give him a probation or up to 4 years in prison. So it's something I think is key to the case that we have to remember and we have to continue to think of. And the FEC witness was not allowed earlier today. Closing arguments will take place next Tuesday. Trump has just walked in with his defense team. All 5 members of the prosecution are already seated. Are we here? Okay. Let me see what we have. So when I update this, does it? I'm gonna see what we have here. Everyone has just walked in. Let me check over here. I wonder. And I'm not able to show you guys what is on my screen here in front of me, but I'm able to, I mean, I can report what I'm saying to you guys here. 1541 is the courtroom, I do believe. I was just reading this right here. Like, look closely, you'll maybe be able to see it. Also, something else to note is X is now X.com while we're waiting for things to begin getting fired back up here in a moment. And I'm not sure my phone's going to last the whole entire time. I hope it will, but... Okay, so it doesn't seem to be a problem I can get rid of. So I was seeing if I could fix a problem I cannot. I wonder, we may have to try something new here because my audio is having some technical difficulties. But right now, Kash Patel is back in with what looks like some kind of cast or something on his arm. Interesting, but a reporter inside that courtroom reports it's 2:09 p.m., which it is now 2:14 there now. And they're probably beginning to get things back going at any time, moment now. Trump walks in with his defense team now in tow. Alan Dershowitz is still here as well. All 5 members of the prosecution are already seated. I need to step away from the camera here for just a second here. So if you'll stand by with me, I'm going to step away. And so we're waiting to see updates come from this. But I'm wondering if I'm able to do something else here. Enable that would allow us to have audio, but at the same time, be able to check what's going on out there. And we may be able to. That's what you're going to be hearing here. I'm going to attempt to do this. Here, give me a second. This is what it looks like to produce, edit, do everything at once more. Okay. Should be able to view Twitter while also being able to walk across the screen here so I can put myself full back up, I believe. Are we back? Okay, so you just had to get this phone plugged in and get it working. So now I should be able to update everything, view everything, look at everything. I provide updates from the courtroom. Okay. Merchant is back. He's discussing the people's proposed to introduce the exhibits and submission and rules of evidence, People versus Goldman decision. The C-SPAN witnesses need to make another trip to NYC from Louisiana could hinge on this decision. So if you remember, there was, they say witnesses in plural, but I remember at least one in my mind. It was a witness who was testifying over the archives of C-SPAN and how things kind of worked there and how they had to confirm, the time and things of that nature. It was a little confusing, but and I remember reports of kind of the jurors being a little kind of poor because it was such just informational parts of all of it. Informational parts of all of this, it was really just confusing. I'm gonna check with any more updates coming in. Now Merchant is reading a few answers from a transcript of the C-SPAN witnesses' testimony. Trump has a document in his hands, and he holds it up in front of his face, appearing to read it. So that is what we are seeing right now. Things are just getting underway here now. That is one thing for sure. Things are just now beginning to get started, get heated up here. So you're kind of waiting on that stuff, while also we're able to check what's going on inside the courtroom. And I think my audio levels might be a little level, so I apologize. And I apologize if I step out of the frame here and there. I'm looking at information. I'm trying to make sure you guys are getting the most correct and most accurate and timely information. Well, in a timely fashion, I should say. So we are waiting right now, and you are viewing there my TV, possible glare probably, of a near entryway of courtroom 15 something. You know, I feel like every day I see like the threads beginning. It's like, good morning from 100 Century Street, which is where the courtroom is. 100 Century Street. So that is really just ironic and iconic to me. So we were seeing that, but I'm gonna be. I'm deciding if I just want to stand for this whole entire time, or kind of how I want to do it as things just get fired back up. And let me check here what we have going on. Okay. First, Merchant appreciates the case law referred by the people during lunch recess, and he also agrees the proffered evidence is relevant, but he doesn't see how the people can't get past the hearsay objection. Merchant was continuing. Okay, we're gonna wait to see if we have any more updates, and I'm going to change something here. Let's go full over to that shot. I'm gonna change something really quickly. Stick with us. Changing things up just a little bit, moving them around. I'm sure we'll be back at the TV in a moment. But we're gonna change from the TV for just a second. But it's a whole operation to do so, so it does take a little bit. Updates do come here in just a moment. Please stand by. And we are back. Currently in the courtroom, Merchant was reading a transcript earlier from the C-SPAN records custodian, is what he calls him, not a paralegal, as earlier referred to. Now, Blanche stands and, quote, very much objects. He says, we're presumably minutes away from the people resting their case, and they have a witness in the back ready to testify, and another short witness after that. Seems to imply a confirmation that Trump could possibly testify. Would that be today or tomorrow? Who knows? Now, for the prosecution, Joshua Steinglass says that would mean they would like to bring the C-SPAN records custodian who testified earlier back to the stand. Now, earlier it had said that they made a trip, that they were from Louisiana and they had to make the trip back to New York. So would they be doing that again, or are they already in New York? What's going on here? A little bit of confusion there for me. Okay, we have some new updates coming in. So now Rebecca Mangold says the prosecution has reached out to the C-SPAN archivist, Dr. Browning, to get the witness here as quickly as tomorrow morning. Steinglass says they're trying their best and hope to get the witness here as early as tomorrow morning. Now, court is let me go back here. Okay, we're caught up. So that is what is going on in that case. Is they're just trying to get things at this point done as quickly as they possibly can be done. Let's go back over to the courthouse where right now, to take a look there right now, not too much going on, but court officer leaning on, I assume, one of the barricades there. Oh. We have some people exiting the courtroom now. It's going to be Donald Trump's legal team exiting the courtroom right now, as you can see there on your screen. And there goes the prosecution. They are going to take a recess now because Justice Mersham said that he wanted the prosecution to check with the witness to see exactly how early or when that C-SPAN archivist could come back into New York. Now, again, as stated earlier, they are in Louisiana, so it's a pretty long trip. But according to the prosecution, they can get them here as early as tomorrow morning. So a lot going on there. We're just watching there as they passed through. Okay, so as we run a quick recess, we just saw them leave the room. What that was for, so the prosecution could check if that witness, that C-SPAN archivist, could come in as early as tomorrow morning. That is what they are checking for right now. So that's what we'll be waiting for in the next little bit. Are they actually able to do that? Who knows? Fly someone up quickly. That's something I think we will have to wait and see what exactly they make of that. Let's go back over here where I'm sitting right now. So again, leaving the room. We're going to be seeing what they're going to be doing very, very soon, what they ultimately decide to do. Let me check something else here. So Merchant, before we left, will not allow prosecutors to show C-SPAN images. The state wanted the chance to show stills from a C-SPAN video that purportedly shows that Trump and Schiller were together when Cohen called on October 24th, 2016. Merchant denied that request, however, sustaining the defense's team objection and ruling that, quote, those videos cannot come in. Then we moved on to this witness coming back in again. Now, this was a witness that had already testified in this case, and the witness, they want them to come back and testify a little more on this, so they're just checking how early they can get the C-SPAN archivist, which some people have referred to as a which is often referred to as a paralegal, but is not a paralegal. So now I'll read some analysts here. Why this topic came up. After losing their battle to admit the C-SPAN evidence into the record, prosecutors sought to recall the custodian of records. The defense opposed because, among other reasons, there's a likelihood, and we're seeing here the prosecution entering the room once again, I believe. If we can go, yep, there we go. We'll watch him kind of come in here, but the defense opposed because, among other reasons, there's a, quote, likelihood they may rest today. That is a likelihood that we will not see. There is former President Donald Trump waving at the cameras there before walking into courtroom 1530 on 100 Century Street there after they were resting for a minute just so the prosecution could check if they could get the C-SPAN archivist to come in. Now, that C-SPAN archivist is Dr. Browning. That is his name. Let me see if we have any other updates. Okay. Well, something else is being reported from the courtroom here that I'm able to read off to you guys. As Dershowitz attempts to mingle with some folks in the gallery, a court officer walks over to him, and then that's when Dersh asks, quote, "Am I not allowed to talk?" End quote. The guard shakes his head no, to which Dersh exclaims, "He was my student. There's a special." There's a special, hold up here. There's a special exemption for former students. The court officer walks away, so Dershowitz, still standing there, resumes chatting. Eventually, he wanders back to the Trump row and sits there by himself because the rest of the Trump team left with the former president. Okay. Some analyzation there. Now, the reason they just took a break, and it's fixing to assume here, is so the prosecution could see if by 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, which is 8:30 a.m. here, they could get the C-SPAN witness back in. So they're checking with that. They just walked back into the courtroom, according to my knowledge. What we just saw on that shot there to your side. So we're waiting to see about that. Okay, the prosecution, they announced they were able to reach C-SPAN. They stressed the travel is not booked, but they are working to make arrangements. So, reaching out to C-SPAN. So, back to that story I was just talking about George Dershowitz, that was in the gallery. That's just wrong, Steinglass says, almost laughing. And here in the press gallery, people are definitely laughing. No new updates, according to my knowledge, just yet. I'm gonna go full over here. Give me just a moment. What's going on here? I do not think my microphone's gonna be able to make it the whole entire time. So I may have to. Okay, I'm gonna switch actually right now. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna have to go back to this audio. AirPod audio was not working. Let me see if I can get it. I can get it to work this way. Okay. I believe Okay, so as we wait and see exactly what's going to happen here, I do believe. Okay, here's what's going on right now. Apologies for the silence. Okay. Okay, so C-SPAN will make him available. According to Mangold, C-SPAN will make him available tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Blanche then replies, "This will be the fifth or sixth time they've run out of witnesses, and we have witnesses ready to go." Steinglass replies, uh, talking to the defense, says it's just wrong. The witnesses is so narrow. None of the defense witnesses speak to it, and we can go on and or Mr. Blanche can put his case on tomorrow. The ball is in Mr. Blanche's court. Merchant then jumps in, says, "Look, if time were of the essence, I would agree with you, Mr. Blanche. We are essentially off for a week. There is no prejudice. You can present your case out of order, or the witness takes the stand at 9:38, and then you rest. Nothing has changed." So the judge is kind of giving the defense team the option, you know. Blanche confers with his team after asking for for 5 minutes here. He then Blanche conferring with his team there for a few moments, then walks over to the prosecution's table to confer. They're trying to figure out the best way to proceed, adjourn for the day, or press on with the defense case now, and then return to finish up with the prosecution's witness tomorrow. Michael Cohen is walking back to the witness stand. Steinglass. Okay, let's go back before Michael Cohen is walking back to the witness stand. Steinglass says defense agreed that the exhibit will come in and agreed to following stipulation. Parties have agreed that exhibit 417B is a still photograph taken from the end of a video which concluded at 7:57 p.m. on October 24, 2016 there. So now they're saying that the defense has agreed to allow that video to come in, or that still of a video to come in. So now that video will come in. And then we have Michael Cohen walking to the stand. Okay. Now Steinglass is up to announce that the parties have agreed to a stipulation. The photograph exhibit will come in. Okay, that's what we were just reading off. Now, Dr. Robert Browning, hundreds of miles away in Indiana, must be thrilled by this news. So that means he will not have to testify, I believe. Yes. Okay. Drama averted. Okay. Let's go back to that situation that happened earlier outside in the courtroom. Alan Dershowitz during a break, a lawyer who defended Trump during his first impeachment, and Norm Eason, a CNN legal analyst who worked for House Democrats during Trump's first impeachment, got into a very audible back and forth in the courtroom just now. That's what we were talking about 30 minutes ago or so. Dershowitz could be heard saying that he was not attending the trial for political reasons. Court security gently asked Dershowitz to return to his seat. Dershowitz was seated in a few rows reserved for Trump. So it appears now we are going to continue with the cases and move on. Am I correct? because that image has been allowed in. So now they're going to go ahead and move on from this. And you're being taken a look outside that courtroom of what it kind of looks like there. Cohen's testimony has just now resumed. Prosecutor Hoffinger shows him a photograph of Trump and Keith Schiller together. I believe that is that photograph of what was just being entered into evidence. So we're just going to have to kind of wait here and see exactly what happens. So Hoffinger is now reading a stipulation after showing that photo that was just entered into evidence, showing that the image is a still frame of a video ad and the date and time stated there. So basically what they're showing is an image to show that they were both in the same room during a phone call. Let's see kind of what the prosecution's idea of this is to do and what they ultimately end up doing. Okay. Okay, now they have asked Michael Cohen whether he had a number of conversations with Trump or about resolving the Stormy Daniels matter. Cohen replies, "Yes, ma'am." Let me look here. Okay, here's what happened when that image was pulled up. We have that transcript piece in now. Hoffinger, you recognize Keith Schiller and Trump in that picture? Cohen, yes, ma'am. Question, does this fairly and accurately portray Schiller and Trump in October of 2016? Cohen, yes, ma'am. That was People's Exhibit 417B, which has now been entered into evidence, which we were seeing that whole entire argument over earlier, but now that was entered into evidence and everything worked out there. So around this time that they're showing this photo, Cohen says he had a number of conversations with Trump about the Daniels matter, some in person, some by phone, some longer, some shorter. Now, asked about approximately how many conversations they may have had about the Stormy Daniels matter in October of 2016, more than 20, Cohen says. Okay, new update here. You testified that you spoke with, let's just go Q&A here. Question by Hoffinger. You testified that you spoke to Trump and Schiller on that call during this time period in October of 2016. Did you have a number of conversations with Trump about Stormy Daniels? Answer, I do. Yes, ma'am. Some in person, some on phone, some longer dash shorter. That's what we were just talking about a few moments ago. So apologies, I'm just checking for something. Okay. Everything sounds like it's working out. Okay. Cohen says he doesn't have any doubt about his conversations with Trump about resolving the Stormy Daniels matter. And that's what we're now on to, is that's what that picture was for, to show that we had two people in the same room. Okay, we may be taking another recess here. Let's stand by and wait. It appears we're going to be taking another recess here. I can tell by court officers. I'll show you the shot here. Court officers getting back ready to do this all over again here. So after a bit of technical difficulties unresolved, we take a quick break, for which Merchant apologized to the jury. While we wait here, I'm going to go through the transcript of that Cohen and Davidson recording that they had been showing, which is the phone call, which is that has played People's 265, and you can follow along via the transcript, and that's what we'll do here. Okay. Well, actually, we may be able to listen to the audio. Let me see if I can find it here. It's People's 267. Give me just a moment, Ronnie. Give me just a moment here to find People's 267. We have it 276. This is kind of complicated. Okay, that's so. Okay, I don't know if we're going to be able to find a transcript here as they take a quick break. You may have seen them walk out. I did not see them. Yeah, there they go. They're walking out right there. Or, yeah, one person was walking out. Okay. Transcript here of that phone call we can read here. So what's going on? How you been? Everything is good. Plugging away. I don't know if I can show you guys this also. I don't believe I can. Yeah, you can't see that. Okay. Let's just skim through this phone call. They're talking in. I'm hanging in, asking how each other is doing. I'm going to call him up talking about Will and Emery. They're talking about to Keith Davidson, which talking to Keith Davidson, which is the attorney and former lawyer to for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, former lawyer for Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. They were ordering this deal. How are they going to do it for both of them? So that was a big question, and they ended up doing it in a hush money payment. So, and I'm actually able to look over there and see the courtroom right now, or see right outside the courtroom, and I promise you to look closely here. And you can see when they're fixing to walk through, because something you'll notice is that they moved those gates. So Hoffinger tries to play a portion of the recorded conversation between Cohen and Davidson, but there's a technical issue. She asks for a short break to figure it out. Justice Merchan agrees. Jurors file out. Tech gremlins are plaguing the prosecution, so there's a quick break to get that fixed. Trump, the hallway press pool has another dispatch. Trump walked into the courtroom at 2:07 p.m. The clip starts abruptly. The press let out a surprised laugh and stops again. I guess the tech issues have been resolved, so they asked to bring the jury and witness. Okay. Well, good news, I guess, there, that everything is working out. So the clip starts abruptly. The press lets out a surprised laugh and stops again. I guess the tech issues have been resolved, so they asked to bring the jury and the witness out again. Just reading that. Okay. So we're just waiting here. So technical difficulties led to them having to pause the day in court. Now we are back to resuming it after apparently a video played abruptly and loudly throughout the courtroom. It's been fixed. So now we are going to move back to testimony there. So as we wait for that, check for updates. Okay, yes, okay, so I noticed something else that was wrong here in a tweet I was looking at. Earlier, it had said that he was traveling from Indiana, but it was actually Louisiana this time, according to my knowledge. Or last time he did travel from Indiana, he would not be traveling from Indiana this time, but rather Louisiana. So that's something you have to note there. Let me see if we have any new updates coming in over here. But just before we left, Cohen had confirmed that he would not have paid Daniels if Trump had not signed off. Is that? There's so many different sources to look at for this information. Okay, Alina Habba is now a legal spokesperson for Trump, according to NBC News. It says Trump legal spokeswoman says Trump wants to testify, but hold up here. Says Trump wants to testify, but listen, I'm sorry. Hold up. Major difficulties. Okay. Trump wants to testify, but needs to listen to his lawyers. Let's go over. Okay. Trump's legal spokeswoman says Trump wants to testify, but must listen to lawyers. She said, I think we already read that earlier. I'll read it again here in just a minute if we don't have any new updates from the courtroom. Okay. Trump legal spokeswoman says Trump wants to testify but listen to lawyers. I'm reading that title again. In an interview with Fox News outside the courthouse, which is something we were talking about earlier, Alina Habba, which I thought was representing him in another case, I'm not sure if I'm wrong, says, quote, "We know Trump wants to testify. He's willing. He is able. He is nothing to hide at all. He's absolutely ready to tell the truth. Still," she said, "he's got to listen to his attorneys." And that's going to be interesting to see if he does end up testifying and kind of what goes on there. Now, the defense did not leave the room as the audio issues were getting fixed. Trump, now they are fixed, but we kind of have a break here, Trump was talking to his attorney, Todd Blanche, as the prosecution's paralegals come up to try to get the audio to play. So as we wait for that, any new updates going from the courtroom, and as I look here, other legal analysts and different things of that nature I'm getting that information from are shouting at other people. Okay, it appears we have started again. Cohen says he was referring to the payment in that phone call to Davidson that he made on behalf of Trump for the Daniels matter. Now, the phone call that was played was this piece right here. "What about me? And I can't even tell you how many times he said that to me. You know, quote, I hate the fact that we did it. And my comment to him was, quote, the very person that you've spoken to told you it was the right move, end quote." That was the phone call here. I'm reading a piece of stuff that I have here. That was what was played outside in the courtroom. Cohen says he was referring to the payment to Davidson that he made on behalf of Trump for the Daniels matter when he, quote, said to me, Paul, what you just read. Now, asked on whether attacks on him have been painful to him and his family, Cohen responds, quote, very much so. I believe switching plugins here. Apologies if we're having any audio issues. I'm having trouble hearing myself in my AirPod here. So working on that part of things here. Okay. Okay. Cohen talks about how his life has been impacted. He lost my law license. It's had an effect on his family. He suffered personal attacks. I have nothing further, Hoffinger concludes. Okay, so the redirect is over now. We are going to see what exactly occurs next here. Okay, Blanche back up. He asked about the last question, but asked how his life was turned upside down after he changed his opinion about Trump. Objection sustained. So he asked about losing his law license. Was that Trump's fault? Partly, says Cohen. Cohen answers partly to the question on, was that his fault that you lost your law license? Asking to Cohen. That's what Blanche asked. Okay, let's see what's going to happen next here. Blanche asked whether Cohen lost his license because of the felonies. No, not because of those, says Cohen. It was because of the totality, including campaign finance violations and lying to Congress. So that is the update there, as we have seen a wrap up in the redirect, and now we're saying a recross. They both get their equal and fair chances in law to kind of pick, choose, and decide kind of what they are ultimately going to do. Let me think what else we have going on here. Okay. When you commit a felony in New York, you automatically lose your law license. Correct. But you still blame Trump. Correct. And, you know, I think what's being insisted here is the things he did under Trump as his boss were the reason that he lost it. I don't know what's going through his head right now. Okay, here's what else is going on. We are now turning to the waiver that Cohen filed waiving attorney-client privilege with Costello. He wrote in that waiver that he did not believe he had an attorney-client relationship with Costello, but that he would waive any AC communications. I wonder if I can put this. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so now what we are seeing is still in that waiver agreement now. I'll see if we have any questions that come in. But Cohen did 100% confirm earlier that today that there was 100%, I guess you could say 100% confirmation that the money should and could have been sent. So that is something that is true there that we were able to report. Still checking for updates there as you get a full view over at the courthouse, right outside the courtroom. Checking for updates here. Okay, now we are seeing okay, let me go back up here. Todd Blanche is up for recross. Okay, this is from, okay, let's move on. Hold up here. A lot of new information coming up. Okay, now we have moved on to the Schiller Trump Cohen call on October 24th. Your testimony is that on that day, in those 90 seconds, you spoke to Schiller about the 14-year-old phone harasser, but then also got him to hand the phone to Trump, who you updated about the Daniels matter. Yes, sir. This is from the cross-examination of Michael Cohen. You know, we expected him to be done with today, and that's a note if we're going to continue to do this for multiple more hours. I really hope not, honestly. At the end of the day, I hope when we adjourn for the day and the court wraps up and sends the jurors home, we are not here for forever long. So, okay, here's the exact quotes here. You signed the this is Q&A here. Q. You signed this waiver saying you didn't believe any of your comms with Costello were privileged. But today you said they weren't comms this could be an acronym there for communication. Cohen, or answer here. To the extent that they were, I was waiting them, but at the time I believed they were not privileged. I accepted that he wanted the attorney-client privilege. So again, that is from the waiver, I believe. Yeah, it is. Okay, now we're back to and we're back on here to the Schiller call following the rally. That's what we have moved on to. Okay, question. Question from Blanche. In 2016, you made $425,000 from the Trunk org. Yes. And in 2017, you made $420,000, $35,000 a month. Yes. And you were Trump's personal attorney during 2017. Correct. But you say that $35,000 was not for legal services. It was for the money Trump owed back to you. Yes. Okay. So now we're seeing maybe some clarification, especially from that clip that I just read from reread. Oh my gosh, finding my words out here. Recross. Now we're seeing more questionings about the lying to Congress. Blanche asked, "Did you lie to Congress in 2019?" One second here. Did you lie to Congress in 2019 when you said you would never accept a pardon from Mr. Trump? Are you saying that is not a lie? No, sir. Blanche notes that Cohen's chat with Schiller on October 24, 2016 was about 90 seconds long. Okay. Michael Cohen's testimony is complete. We have the final question from, if I had a breaking news graphic, I would roll it. We have completed That's right, everyone. Complete, final and complete. Michael Cohen's testimony is done. That's right. We are live with that breaking news coverage right now over Trump in the courtroom. Happening just moments ago, we learned that that the recross was over and everyone is done. Let's go back to some key moments that we've been focusing on throughout the day. We'll have to see what Judge Merchan decides to do. The prosecution has just rested its case. And guys, I'm going to be reading you these live answers. Okay, let's go back. I believe Cohen has now left the courtroom. He is done with his redirect and recross. We saw the redirect just in a few moments ago, then go back to recross with Todd Blanche. Let's see what we have exactly going on here. I'm sure we still have a few other motions to go on. Okay, so the people of the state of New York have rested their case. Let's wait here and see if we have any new updates to bring to you guys in the matter of here, just a few seconds. And while we wait, I need to put something in here. Okay, now we are seeing, oh. Now the defense has called paralegal, paralegal for. Okay, the defense's first witness is a paralegal for Todd Blanche, Daniel Sitko. But the people have rested their case at this time, so now we are moving on to Todd Blanche's witnesses. We'll see what the defense's witnesses to prove that our case is just not there. We're going to be covering this all week, though, so don't worry. Don't go anywhere. Okay, this starts out with the 11 years you worked for Trump. Do you recall him ever just willingly overpaying for something? Okay, nope. I don't want to. I never read that, guys. I never read that. Sorry, that was false there. I didn't want to. Well, it wasn't false. It was just old. But the defense's first witness is paralegal Daniel Sitko. So now we have to go through a whole process there. Well, he does outside that courtroom right now. What it looks like, pretty bland. What it looks like all week this week is exactly that, right there. Well, we will really have to see. It's right now. It is 2:15. Apologies, 2:15. Central Standard Time. We're gonna have to wait and see exactly what occurs in this whole entire case. It's been really interesting throughout the past few weeks, and I mean, we're really just getting started. I feel like every day, all day, we're just now getting started in the case, and now we're just now seeing the defense begin to have witnesses show up. So now Sitko is offering the defense's version of what the DA's paralegal created, a summary of phone calls. So that's what's going on right now. And I'm gonna sit back here so you guys can actually see me setting up here on the couch. Move my computer back just a little bit here. Okay. Blanche, where do you work? Blanche Law, you work for me? I do, Sitko says cheekily. So right now we are seeing Daniel Sitko, Sitko, I think that's how you would say it. Paralegal for Blanche Law is testifying. We're going to see exactly what information he provides for the case and what the jury's maybe thinking, doing, what's going on here this whole time, okay? Sitko explains his role in creating an Excel sheet of a call summary between Cohen and Costello, and now we see that spreadsheet. His one moment here. His magnum opus, as Tyler McBrien calls it. 6 calls were longer than half an hour, Sitgo says, as they show in court right now a spreadsheet of literally every one of those phone calls there. So that's what we're watching right now. One of the calls from Memorial Day weekend of 2018 shows a 96-minute phone call between Costello and Cohen. Which is what? An hour and 46 minutes? What is that? An hour and 36 minutes is how long that phone call would be. Nothing further from Blanche Mangold is up now. We've encountered each other before, right? Mangold asked, smiling. We work on the same case. Yes, says Sitko, smiling back. Sitko's spreadsheet is entered into evidence. It just has a bunch of calls on it. It says they were looking at call 48 at the time. This is before we moved on to cross-examination. Blanche, May 27, 2018, lasted 96 minutes, 15 seconds. May 28th, which is that, what is that? That's 1 hour, 36 minutes, 15 seconds. May 28th was Memorial Day. So this was the Sunday before that. One second, please. Okay, so on cross, the witness concedes that the call specifically to or from the firm would not be traceable to a specific person like Costello. Mangold then asked, this is in cross-examination here, he asked a clarifying question about the caller column. DHC means Davidoff, Hutcher, and Citron LLC. A number of entries in the chart read 000, denoting an unanswered call. Okay. So right now we're doing cross-examination for Daniel Sitko, a paralegal for Blanche Law. What he's testifying on is his job at Blanche Law, what he was supposed to do, and he ended up creating a spreadsheet with items with phone calls on it between two people. Now Mangold, oh, okay. There are a number of durations of the chart. Okay, that's called, yes, okay. I've already read that. Just clarifying what's on that chart that they are showing right now in the cross examination here. Okay, so Mangold has. Okay, so right now, what you are seeing is Daniel Sitko, a paralegal for Blanche Law, testifying now as a witness here, getting cross-examined right now by Mangold on the prosecuting team. He is testifying a bunch, what his job kind of was assisting in the case here for the former president that he was assigned to. He ended up creating a spreadsheet. Excuse me, ended up creating a spreadsheet with a number of phone calls on it, some of them saying 000. That was the time there. And that, according to him, and I assume we'll see that spreadsheet eventually, but it means that the call was unanswered. Some of the calls involving the firm were forwarded to a number ending in 3595, which the witness says indicates they were forwarded to voicemail. They were double counted in the records. Sitko agrees. The defense has called Robert Costello. The parties are having a sidebar conference before the witness enters the courtroom. Okay, so cross-examination has ended for Daniel Sitko at this current point in time, and now they're calling Robert Robert Costello up to the stand. So Robert Costello, the ex-legal aid advisor, I should say, to Michael Cohen, is soon to testify here. But first, a sidebar was called from Susan Hoffinger on the prosecuting team. So you wait here, kind of in silence, just waiting for any updates to come from the courtroom. Right now, we are waiting for the sidebar to end. Called by Susan Hoffinger. She approaches the judge's bench. We'll see exactly what happens here as we continue to watch this trial occur. Okay, so now, uh, let's go back a little bit here. Costello was pushing the back channel communication between Cohen, Giuliani, and Trump. And that has been said at earlier times, though Cohen wanted to represent Cohen. I'm sorry, Costello wanted to represent Cohen, but Cohen didn't trust him. That's why he is an ex-legal aid. Legal advisor, I should say. Okay, here we go again. I apologize, but I'm going to ask you to step outside for just a few moments. Away they go again with apologies. Rashawn asked the jury to step out so he can discuss something with the parties. It is unknown what they're discussing just yet. We'll see here in just a moment, but they are having to step outside of the room. Robert Costello is and the jury. Again, I do wish we had discussed this earlier. Merchant begins. Hoffinger stands to reiterate the prosecution's objection that Costello is being brought in to offer extrinsic evidence to rebut a witness's testimony. Okay, here we go again. Okay, so Hoffinger says Costello's testimony should be restricted just to the two questions that Cohen testified he didn't recall with regard to Costello. Further, Cohen testified that on multiple times he did tell the truth to Costello, but I feared that it would get back to Trump. Again, I do wish we had discussed this. Okay. To the extent he is permitted to testify, the prosecution wants to limit it to impeachment for prior inconsistencies and exclude things like Costello's opinions of Cohen. I think the prosecution has a point here, just trying to get the facts out, but not talk about opinions and things, and just to use the evidence. rebuke the evidence. And here my whole entire phone and different things are blowing up at this current moment. And we've lost our camera feed for just a moment. So Bove says it's the prosecution's doing that Costello has been featured in this case. Quote, they brought it up. That's what Emil Bove says on the Sol. Now, Bove also has said that the defense provided notice days ago their intention to call Costello. There's no mystery here. He's seeking to elicit many facts about how Costello and Cohen's, quote, engagement worked. So now we're seeing an argument between the prosecution and the defense on whether to restrict or not restrict the testimony from Robert Costello, the former aide to Michael Cohen. Okay, new updates coming in right this second. Okay, selfishly, I would. Okay, sorry, that was an opinion. I don't want to read that, but what Costello will say is different from what Cohen testified to. What's more, he will testify that Cohen said that Trump didn't know about the Daniels payment. That's probative of the offenses charged in this case. Now, Michael Cohen has testified that Trump did know and gave his full confirmation for the payment to be made by Michael Cohen. So, what now we're hearing is Costello will say different than that and say that Trump had no clue. But which one will the juries trust is a pretty big question. Someone who was on the stand for multiple weeks. I'm sorry, week, it's one day. Or someone who's coming on the stand real quickly to just say, yes, this and that happened. Okay, just as Rashawn saying, you don't think the pressure campaign is collateral. It was introduced to show why Cohen changed his story. It goes to his credibility, not the offenses charged in this case. Hoffinger says they did not put Costello on their witnesses list. So there you're seeing it. So there you see it, Justin Person's, Hoffinger saying they did not put him on the witness list. Okay, Bob saying, as I said in the sidebar, this testimony is being offered to rebuke Cohen's testimony about a pressure campaign by President Trump. Merchant saying, "How can Costello testify to what Cohen felt?" Bove replying, "He can't, but he can testify to what Mr. Cohen said and did. In that sense, the witness testimony is admissible." So that means what? He's soon going to be walked in. Okay, Merchant saying he's going to take 5 minutes to figure out a ruling. So now we're taking 5 minutes to see what exactly ends up being ruled. Sorry, guys, just watching that screen with you all, seeing what's going on there.